Hello, everyone. This is Apostle Babe Linda James. It is good to be here. Hey, dehydrated nurse, good to see you. Every single week, I tell you over and over and over and over and over again that I am your favorite apostate because that's one of the techniques that is used within high control, high demand groups and a form of undue influence, aka brainwashing. So it can be used for good or it can be used to be a form of manipulation. But I choose to use it to just be kind of tongue in cheek with it. So to share that it's one of the techniques that is used. Matter of fact, if you remember back in the day of Theocratic Ministry School, if any of you were involved in that, one of the things we were graded on, that's right, those of you that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, we used to get graded about different talks that we would give. And on these different talks, so one of the things that they would suggest is repetition for emphasis. I think that was the terminology. So that was encouraged when we were learning how to give talks. Of course, we as women had to find another woman partner and look at that partner and do kind of a example of what it would be like to witness to someone. And we were not allowed to look into the audience and straight ahead looking at you and suggest anything, read a scripture, say a prayer, because that would be a woman teaching a man. And that did not work in that patriarchy, hierarchy, and theocracy. And I think most of you know that a theocracy is considered a government ruled by the God of the Bible. So back in our day when we were in the organization, that's how we were looking at it. We had our government, okay, and it was ran by Jehovah, who used the organization, and then there was the outside government that was society at large, right? The government of the land, whatever land we were living in, that was pretty much something we looked forward to eventually being eaten up by the wild beast, that scarlet colored wild beast with the harlot on it. My problem was I thought she was hot. That was my problem. In all of the drawings, I remember just staring, going, wow, you know. So it's kind of bad Jehovah's Witness behavior, but still, the artistry that was used within the organization, it used to be very like kind of black and white, and then it was like they would add a few different colors. Hi, Jazzy J. You also hated giving talks. I get it. My good wife, thank you. Um, they, my good wife and Vern, they're sharing their channel with me. Last year, I'm going to go off on a side note here. Last year, I was asking you guys that come here with me every day, every weekend, for donations, because the StreamYard that I originally got was kind of a reasonable price. I thought to myself, it's worth it. I'm going to pay for it. And then the next year when it came up, I saved up that amount and came to find that it was double that. So I asked for some help. And I don't want this to be a channel to where I'm, you know, requesting donations and stuff. But you guys came through and it was really, really amazing. I really, really appreciate that. But after that, my good wife, Shauna, had offered to share their channel with me. And she was like, but you're going to have to, kind of get rid of yours. And I thought to myself, well, I've already paid for it. So now I'm coming around to the time to where October, I would be repaying for my subscription. And yet this time I don't have to, because I'm getting to join Vern and his good wife. And a matter of fact, I would say about a year or so ago, I got to interview both of them on this channel, Apostle Babe Linda James. It's good to see you, Jay. Let's see who all is here. Shaq Composer. Yes, you're worried that John says I'm worried that we may not have any brains to be washed left. That's too cute. Forgive my sense of humor. I think it's great. Yeah, see, when it was, and I know I repeat myself, and even if I tell you guys stuff you already know, just kind of bear with me. And I do think that I'm kind of I like to share things and let you know into like I like to do a pretense of this is my opinion, or sometimes I'll say my gut feeling says, or what I've learned from these people that are, in my opinion, prominent or have prominence within the cultic studies that they know and have spent their life studying those things. So I like to take those things, and like when I was talking about Robert J. Lipton, and today I was hoping to talk about Stephen Hassan. And Matthew's kind of new on the scene, and he joined me last week, and I enjoyed it. And so I was going to go into the BITE model and explain a bit of what those letters stand for. And then I'm going to open things up for us to talk about whatever's on our minds and just let the conversation flow. I like this channel to be more of a casual, let's hang out. Your future husband is here? John? I need to make sure I'm not misquoting. John, we're going to get married in the new system. John, she's a hottie. She's really pretty, actually. She's a blonde. And I don't know if you had a chance to see her pictures, but she's looking good. And she's a grandmother. So you might be in luck. And I know, John, you're homebody. You're hanging with your mom and everything. Shaq Composer says, I'm glad you're on Fixing My Faith channel. You're going to get so many more people. That's cool. Thank you, Shaq. And I've wanted this channel to kind of grow organically. I haven't made a big push to push the channel because first off, it's not my style. It's not my style, and I don't want to put too much pressure on myself either. So I'm only committed to just once a week. Hi, Teresa. I'm glad you're here. Good to see you, Teresa. Did I speak with you earlier on the Teresa? Maybe so. Okay. John's like, thanks, Dehydrated. Cool little smile. Yes, there's flirting allowed here. We can do that too. And sometimes flirting, if we both know it's like more of a not like teasing. Not say that again. What?
Platonic.
Yeah, just like for fun and for giving good compliments and being supportive. More of that rather than teasing someone and then it not coming through. That's not the kind of flirting I'm talking about, but just being very encouraging, 1975. Oops, I'm late for the wedding. Yes, it's me. Okay, cool. Good to see you here, love. It was very nice for the conversation we had earlier. Awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. So I did have Steve Hassan open, but I done lost it. So I'm going to try it again. Steve Hassan, Free Minds. So what I'm opening up right now is called Freedom of Mind Resource Center. And the logo of it is like two hands, kind of like this, and about like a dove in there. So that's like the logo of his site. if you have the chance to look it up with me. I did talk about him when I was talking about Robert J. Lifton. Are there two platforms for your show? Yes. Yes. Thank you for asking, Elaine. So Fixing My Face is showing this live on their channel, and I get to show it on my channel as well. Yeah. So okay, back to Freedom of Mind Resource Center. So I'm opening it up. I'm accepting the cookies. And then I'm going to tap that thing at the top to see where I want to go here. I think I want to go to Learn. Yes, I opened up under Learn. The first thing that came up is Byte Model. And he has it now to where Byte Model of Authoritarian Control. I'm going to let you know right now, he came out with a book about Trump, and I've read it and agree with it, but I'm not here to bash our president. I've always mentioned that he basically scares the hell out of me, but I'm not here to tell anybody not to vote for him or not to respect him. I have respect to him by virtue of his position. So Linda's trying to break the internet. I barely even know how to turn things on, but thank you. So, I'm just letting you know this about him. But his Byte Model came out before he wrote a book called The Cult of Trump. And I've read it a few times. And it is amazing how he will use the Byte Model, which is what we're going to go over now, to confirm why he sees our president in that manner. So there's that. And let's see here. I'm going to open these things up as I'm going here. So I'm going to start with behavior control. So we have 4 letters, B, I, T, E. And that stands for behavior control, information control, thought control, and emotional control. Now, Matthew, I think Matthew, are you still here? So if
you have been leading me in nicely, and I've been able to follow the website, Linda James.
Okay, you're on the website? Okay.
Yep.
Cool. Then I don't have to do all this reading. You might be able to help me.
Yeah, you just say the word.
Okay. So I'm going to start off with behavior control, and then I'm going to ask Matthew to go into information control. And it's amazing when you listen to what are examples of behavior control. Some of them are things we're just so used to, we didn't even realize that they were in fact forms of information or behavior, information, thought, or emotional control. It was just part of like a normal Tuesday for us, right? So we're going to start off with behavior. And number 1, it says, regulates individuals' physical reality. That's like, first off, when we're in a mindset, it's almost like we're functioning in an alternate reality. So I can remember seeing things very differently than I do now. Like I used to have much more fear. I used to see things very much through the lens of how I was indoctrinated. And that's just how I was trained from birth. So that's how I saw the world. When you have parents that tell you this is the way it is, and you have your spiritual leaders telling you this is the way it is, of course, that's the way we're going to think. And if we're isolated and not getting much feedback or opinions from other areas, of course, that's what we're going to think, you know? So we regulate the individual's physical reality. All those things keep us away from, let's say, maybe people that would inform us that there's other areas to look into. Maybe there's some human rights that might be getting violated if we're telling them our experiences. So we might find out we have human rights, okay? We might even hear about what is called boundaries, which when I was first heard the concept of boundaries, I'm like, wow, wow, boundaries, what's that? I was so used to having not only my space entered, but, anybody, like, I didn't even know what boundaries were. It was amazing just learning what they are. That's something that people are entitled to, And so number 2 is dictate where, how, and with whom members live and associate or isolate. I'm going to read this again. Dictate where, how, and with whom the member lives and associates or isolates. So if we got to rent a room from maybe a Jehovah's Witness that was of the opposite sex, and that price worked out just right for us, it might seem like a good deal, but according to the organization, we cannot roommate under the same roof as someone of the opposite sex. This is a no-no. So, I mean, if it's your family member, if it's grandpa or whatever, I'm sure that's no problem. But if it's just another brother from the hall and he's got a place there for you, and you're wanting to, kind of get out of your parents' place, and, it's going to work with your part-time job and stuff, that's not going to be okay. You cannot be under the same roof. That is dictating how and with whom the member lives with or associates with. So yes, you might have people at work that are not Jehovah's Witnesses, and or at your school if you're still school age. And if they invite you somewhere, or that they're going somewhere that you'd like to go to, it's not an option to get to go with them to maybe some movie they're going to go see, or if they invite you to something, it's not an option to associate with those that are not Jehovah's Witnesses. Tony says, never been in. Elaine, I'm one of purple rhymes with orange. Okay. I'm glad you're here, darling. Good to see you. So within the organization, this is actually the way it is with most groups that are high control, high demand. They dictate this kind of stuff. Who you can associate with and who you're not supposed to associate with. And they will stay on top of it. And then you're trained to think that way. Fallen, how are you, sweetheart? You're taught that in your head, the way that they teach it to us is that they're dangerous. Those that are not Jehovah's Witnesses are dangerous. And if we associate with them, it will erode our faith. Okay? What is really going on is it's going to open us up to other possibilities besides the narrow possibilities within the organization. And, I grew up on that scripture. It's the narrow road, right? It's the narrow road that leads to God, not the wide and spacious one. So that only confirmed this amount of people within the Jehovah's Witnesses was who I was supposed to associate with, and worldly people I was not. Even though at school, as I was growing up, I did have certain friends, but I also knew I wasn't going to be allowed to associate with them after school. Oh my God, I have a story. So I had a friend of mine, Kenny Siders. Poor dude. Nice guy, okay? Just a really cool dude. He's like, let me go to your house. And I'm like, no, you don't understand. This is not going to, no, I'm not allowed to have you come to my house because you're not a Jehovah's Witness, you know? And he was just like, no, I'll meet your parents and they'll say I'm good, you know, because that's a normal thing to do. The way the angle he was coming from is you meet the parents so that the parents know who you're associating with, right? Oh my God. I'm like, this is not a good idea, dude. He's like, no, it's going to be good. Ah, so bring him in the house. He talks to my parents. They did a whole bunch of scripture reading and telling him I'm not allowed to associate with him because he's not a Jehovah's Witness. But it was done in a very, very kind of vague way, which is also very common with these kinds of groups. They never really get super specific. It's implied and never really on point. So he kept trying to understand why, and he couldn't understand why, but he got the message that you're not okay. That's what my friend got as a message. Because you're not one of us. Okay? He left bawling his eyes out. Okay? This was a big guy that, like, and I was like, I told you it wasn't going to go well. It's like, I didn't even know how to explain to him why it wasn't going to go well, but I just knew it wasn't going to go well. And so, you know, fortunately, I didn't raise my kids within this organization. And, you know, the kids that my kids associated with, I always did have their parents' number. I knew who their parents were. If we were going to go somewhere and they said my mom said I could go, I could always call them and make sure, you know. But for the most part, you know, we all had each other's numbers, and we knew the kids were okay with, you know, each of the parents and stuff. And that's the norm, you know, and that's what Kenny Siders tried to do, the whole I'll meet your parents. It was bad. So yeah, people on the outside of this organization will look at a story like this and it's like unfathomable to them. Like it's another universe kind of thinking, you know, just crazy thinking. But that's part of controlling who we associate with, and we have to isolate. I have an idea, Matthew. What if we kind of share some of the numbers here under thought control, and like I'm doing, like I'm reading it out and then sharing my reading what it is as an explanation, and then just kind of using what comes to mind and talking about it. Would you be comfortable with that?
Yeah, sure. What number would you like me to come in on there? That's under the thought control label, hey?
Yes. So that would be the. Oh no! I started at thought control. I'm so dyslexic. Okay, people.
But you know what, Linda James, it's fine. If you want to go, I see that there's behavioral control and then thought controls underneath it. So
Okay.
it's just been that you might have been interchanging between the two, but it's an easy crossover.
Yeah, we can just stick with thought control. You guys
Okay.
get to learn. You guys get to hear this stuff through my dyslexic manner, but you're going to hear about it. So I just got done with who people associate with.
Okay, what number is that? That's thought control, hey?
Oh, actually, I was at behavior control under B, so that's the top one. I just read number 2, dictate where, how, and with whom the member lives and associates. So under behavior control, we're now at number 3. Do you see that under behavior control? No, oh, yeah. Oh my. Okay. You get the This is actually part of high control groups too. Number 3, when, how, and with whom the member has sex. Do you want me to take that one, or are you okay with it?
I see that there's been a little bit of an interruption in the transmission there, Linda James. Do you want to just direct me again? What was the main heading?
Behavior control.
Behavioral control, right there, a number.
And it would be number 3.
Number 3, when, how, and with whom the member has sex. Oh boy,
Yes.
You saved the best one for me, eh?
I didn't realize that was next, but there you go.
Yeah. So that is very interesting. So I don't know if it would be appropriate to say, like in India, you have Indian arranged marriages, right?
Yes.
So I will give an example of my pioneer partner, and that was 25 years ago, and we were going through absolute hell, and it was kind of like a suicide mission. And we were told by circuit overseers and some of our pals that, by the way, this will be your last assignment. It's a demon stronghold. Don't expect to come back. And, you know, it was this kind of dark humor with the assignment. But we managed to get through. We had a country that was in collapse economically. All kind of hostile things going on in the territory where we were. Lots of strange occult rituals out in the open. You'd go to a meeting on Sunday, and it would be in a school facility because we didn't have a hall. We were building a hall. And you'd be watching right out the door a ritual that was going on your doorstep. So it was hectic, this place. Anyway, he just says to me, he says, Matt, I need comfort. I need comfort. I've been doing this for, at that time, 10 years. Doing a special, what was called special service, or under the very, very tight control of the branch. And one day we got called into deep bush near the Mozambican border.
So let me just remind the audience that you are you were right now in South Africa. When you were with your pioneer partner, were you in a different location of Africa, or about the same area? Different location?
So that was Zimbabwe. Zimbabwe, which is, so if you go north from South Africa, right above South Africa, that's Zimbabwe. If you go to the right, that's now going into Mozambican territory. That's where we were. We were right on the border, but we were told, do not cross the border.
Okay.
So I remember walking in the bush there. It's a very hilly area. It's a place where politicians would go back to their roots to be in touch with the spirit world.
Gotcha. Yeah.
And so I'm just walking in the bush there, and it's the highlands. And I remember seeing a figure in the distance, and I recognized. I went, this is one of our agents. And sure as anything, it was one of the circuit overseers. And I had just been given a location to meet, but I could see in the distance, I'm going, yeah, this is the purpose of this meeting. And we get to this location, and I meet my partner there, and it's all about an arranged marriage. That's what it is. And he had selected 3 sisters, 3 potentials, as they called it. And this might be offensive to some of the listeners.
Yeah, but that is how it kind of happens. You're kind of freezing up a little bit. So, is Matthew looking frozen to you, audience? And thank you, Jay.
Sorry, am I breaking up?
Okay, now you're back. It was like you were frozen
Sorry
for a
about
minute.
that. Yeah, this is the hazards of being on the other side of the world. Sorry about that.
No
But
problem.
I don't know how far you got, but we were having a meeting.
You were saying that, three perspectives, it might seem, offensive, but I understand that's the way things are looked at within this organization. There must be certain criteria to make them be qualified as a
That's
partner.
right. Yeah.
Yes.
So that comes under this behavioral control. I mean, to what extent have persons put their lives into this organization's control that it tells you who you can be attracted to, who you're allowed to select from on the list.
Yes.
And it's telling you, you have choice. You've got free choice. You've got a choice of 3 people.
Do you remember Anthony Morris III saying to women, if they're not a ministerial servant, don't even consider them? Do you remember that?
Yes.
Does anybody in the audience remember that? So that's very controlling who we're going to have sex with, like these are potential marriage partners, which falls under who we're going to have sex with. So yeah, I agree. So you were in the bush and you see the
more of the story.
So your partner's there,
yeah,
pioneer partner. You guys the two of you are kind of at the end of your assignment. So he's now available for marriage. Is that what was going on?
Well, we didn't know that it's the end of our assignment. I mean, it was kind of like no end in sight. That's how it is. If you know that the assignment's going to come to the end, it changes your mental outlook. We just, he's going, I'm going to change the rules, and I'm allowed to choose a sister. I've been in special service for 10 years.
Yeah, they get to pull rank.
I now have that privilege, right?
Mm-hmm.
And especially if they were wanting to train him for circuit work or something like that, then the sister that they have selected works to keep him under control, and therefore he's more trustworthy.
That is, you know what? Thank you for saying that, because her portion of control is called support. And I'm even under the impression that if they're being, I want to say, groomed or trained to be in that position you're talking about, might they even be encouraged not to have children?
So because that was part of the reason for it was the medical center, but it was the family.
Okay, so he froze up.
It's either antidepressants or it's birth control.
Or you can't take both together?
Well, no, I'm just saying that those were the largest dispensed drugs.
Now I understand.
Pain relief, medical pain relief, antidepressants, and birth control. Those are your main dispensed drugs.
Dehydrated nurse. Let me interrupt just for a minute, Matthew, because this is hilarious. Heard, governing body Heard, said women had 10% less brain. That would be brain mass. But if we were smarter than our husbands, we had to hide it. Yes, I remember this so well. We have 10% less brain mass, so we are not in a position to lead. And I remember the other talk was, you're right. Heard did that. And then the other talk was from Let. Brother Let, listen, if you're smarter, you're not going to let your man know. No, because that would, be bad. That's not a good kind of support. Oh, that's
Which
funny.
Is kind of weird, because one of the chief job dispensing nerve hubs was filled with women at the branch in South Africa. I mean, you're talking about the cream of the crop. And it was just completely women that were issuing the jobs and controlling the job control. So although that was being said from the platform, behind the scenes, you had something else going on.
Yes.
Very, very powerful women.
I don't know if I've mentioned this too much, but I used to go to a church here in Southern California, United States. My landlord was from Nigeria, and he started a church. And so and my family went to his church, and it was mainly Africans from Nigeria or different portions of Africa. So I kind of got to learn a little bit about Africa, not a whole lot, but to the point of like understanding their accent pretty well, and realizing it's a very different culture than African Americans here in the US. It was very different. It was quite interesting, and it was very fascinating. So I know a little bit about Africa through knowing them. And
Yeah. So Steve Hassan, I came across him through Deborah Lynn Katz, also PhD. So that was my connection to him, because she felt it was important to deal with spiritual abuse, which has been suppressing.
I'm sorry, who is somebody Katz?
Deborah Lynn Katz. She's a PhD. She's heavily involved with intuition networks and things like that.
Okay, thank you.
And so she was trying to deal with healing trauma, especially with relation to spiritual abuse. So she got on to Steve Hassan and says, "Listen, do you mind if we talk candidly? Can I interview you?"
Oh,
and
great!
that was how I became familiar with him, was through Deborah Lynn Katz.
Okay.
So that was that connection. And so, we were talking about women used in the organization to control jobs through what was called Admin 2000, which then became Hub. And
so he froze, but he's right. Women behind the scenes are great organizers. They're, when you get one that says you do this and you do that, they, behind the scenes, they're very good at kind of setting things up and having it all work together. Some women are very, very good at that. As a matter of fact, according to just after Jesus rose from the dead, according to the story in the Bible, that going from house to house and door to door, the church gatherings were at the women's homes. So they were doing all of that, setting things up for them to gather, to get together on the down low. They did not want to be noticed. So they'd be at different women's houses, and everything was on the down low. So yes, the organization says going from house to house and door to door means going out in service, but I tend to think it was going house to house and door to door to be on the down low, and they're gathering together for fellowship. That's just my it's just my guess. I don't know for sure. I don't know the theology or backing, but that's how I see it. And so some women are very good organizing that stuff.
Yeah, well, they say that the women are able to have so many balls in the air, and I don't mean that with innuendo or anything like that, but they're great multitaskers, right?
Yes.
Sorry about the internet connection, Linda James. Last time it was an echo. This time it's a new problem, hey?
It's always something, and that's fine with me.
I'm wondering how much is orchestra.
He got cut off. I wonder how much is orchestrated. I wonder.
Yeah.
What did you say after that?
That's my paranoia kicking in. But you know what? 9 times out of 10, the paranoid side actually seems to be accurate.
It makes me wonder too. Hello, Dallas. It's good to see you. Very good to see you, Dallas. To be honest, when you first showed up on the scene, I thought you were a plant from the organization itself. Yeah. And I'm actually just not thinking that way as much, but there's still a little bit. See, that's
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. But see, you're tapped into possibilities because the fact is, and what we've learned, I'm pretty sure you share this as well. We were told one thing, and we stay within that zone of however we're being directed, but that's not really what's going on. Yes, we were told that, but what's really going on is this, this, and this. And following the directions and being obedient is clashing with this, this, and this, and we're in trouble. You know, it's like this is like a dirty trick or something, you know?
The branch is still communicating with me, Linda James, and they're quite aware of what I'm up to. Okay. So what's going on? Why is it that they can't fully let go? What's the issue?
I believe that's intimidation on you.
Yeah, so they're trying to put this pressure on, okay? But they're knowing that they've already caught police attention. They know that. They already know this. So what is it? It's a game? What's going on?
It's just from what I've seen with different people that expose different things, they're out to punish them. And however that looks, either taking them to court or just telling family members that might still be active in the organization, the smear campaign, you're no longer one of us and you have left us and gone and joined the devil. That's the kind of talk, right? The smear campaign talk. Yet we can't say anything about someone who is a known Mr. P. We can't say anything because that could be, how do they call that? Slander. That could be slander, and we're not supposed to slander. Like, that's something we better not do because it could be slander. Yet once elders or people in higher positions than us are disappointed in us, the smear campaign happens that we're whatever it is that day. Can't be trusted, demon possessed, gone to the other side, took a bite of the apple, however they make it sound. It's to shame you. And it's hard to know that that's not the case, but have people that we've once really relied on to say those things.
But I connect those people back to the police. Whenever somebody's chirping up out of as an irregularity, I just go, oh, you want to be involved? Fine. You can now talk to the cops. That's what you can do. And because all the information's gone out there and I've highlighted the dangers, I said, I can't. I've already set this up over years to get to this stage. And I just go, if you're suddenly chirping up out of the blue, I'm just going to, and you want to be genuinely interested, then you can start answering a few questions with the police. How about that? Now you're involved. And that's what I do.
That is excellent because I'm one of those women that have rebelliously looked at the Shepherd of the Flock book, and it has made statements of, if the police show up to do whatever you can to avoid them from coming in the Kingdom Hall or trying to get any records. So would that be correct, Matthew?
Oh, gosh. So look, the record thing, I've been told to destroy records. If ever it's the big C.
Yeah.
If ever it's that, I've refused flat out. Said, no,
wow.
I'm not doing it. If it's something like minor fraud and I've used discernment or whatever, and certain things, if it's let's say something like 100,000 rand, there's no statute of limitations. So I will say, no, that particular thing needs to stay on record. Can't remove it. Is there a guarantee that that's been processed through police or whatever? And I think that's how I became labeled public enemy number one long time ago. They could already see, Matt, you are not one of our players. You're not one of our keepers.
Yes, and I think your problem, and I say this as if it's not a problem, I'm almost complimenting you. I think your problem is you think too independently to be a obedient servant of the Watchtower and Bible Tract Society or any of those branches that they have. So cult leaders are narcissists, and I believe there's a scale of narcissism. Some people, I think we're all on the scale, to be honest, and I think some people are higher on the scale of narcissism, meaning more narcissistic, and even malignant narcissists. These are cult leaders. These are people that are high up in politics. They're very high in the narcissism scale. And I used to think being narcissistic just was kind of like you're conceited and think highly of yourself. No, it's much more than that. And I really want to encourage the audience to look into what narcissism truly is, because they don't have empathy, okay? They don't relate to most people, and they're able to do atrocious things, and they don't have a sense of self, okay, within them. So their identity comes from what's on the outside of them. So if they have a great car, you know, or they are in a nice club, or they're part of a MAGA church, or it's who they know, that creates their sense of identity, makes them an important person, not themselves, what's inside of themselves. So they have to grab things from the outside. And so people will be used. They will be using different people. Some people they'll use to do their dirty work for them so that they don't have to do it. But if they can get other people to do your dirty work, you're a wonderful person. Once you stop doing that, you're the worst thing ever, and they discard you and get rid of you like a piece of trash. As soon as you're not willing to toe the line, not willing to be obedient to them.
The problem was I was obedient to what they taught on the surface. But when it came to now your top tier disobeying its own principles and its own rules, and I'm going, hang on a second, you've taught me to do this. You've taught me to seek this out, and you're the problem. I had that with a circuit overseer. He puts me on a talk panel, and he says, tell me what the irregularities are. I said, yeah, I'll tell you who the irregularity is. You're the irregularity.
That usually doesn't go well.
I said, you're the guy who's deviated from the outline. Look, I could talk like that with him.
Yes.
I knew that wasn't a threat on that. I knew the threat was coming from somewhere else. He was actually
correct.
One of the good guys who was pulled into this thing, not really knowing what's going on.
Yes.
But yes, you're correct. As you were talking, I was looking at that bite model, and there's a thing where there's punishing disobedience by beating, torture, burning, cutting, rape, or tattooing, branding, or some kind of sexual ritual where there's an embarrassment.
Okay. I don't know. I know that there have been people that have talked about the trafficking that has happened within this organization. But what Matthew's talking about, I think, would fall under public shaming. Beating the donkey's manual, Dallas says.
Sorry, I apologize. Sorry about this.
That's okay. I don't know if you hear me when you're frozen. Are you able to hear me? No?
It goes into a loop. Sorry. I apologize to everybody who's on your channel. Sorry.
this is one of those things you can't help, and it's not lasting for very long. But what I was saying is, um, that I know that there's been some trafficking of CSA victims, and this could fall under public shaming. You know, personally, I never wanted to believe that. I never wanted to believe that, but I've heard people tell me their stories, and
this is a disaster. It's
yes,
an absolute, when you look and you can't unsee it. Once you
yes,
see it, you can't unsee it. And it,
yes.
oh my word. Okay, so here it is. I'm going to try and quickly put it through before I get cut off. If you have a doctor who's under non-disclosure and who is incentivized in the organization, right, and it's a township under a Lloyd Deal type, all right, one of the ways that they get you into a shaming thing is they say we want a full body examination because it's for health, but you don't have the choice to select your own doctor. It's got to be one of our own doctors.
Okay.
Sorry, that's a crappy one, isn't it?
No, it's actually an intrusion. You know, that's what my head is going. That, you know, they make it sound like it's legit, yet it's an intrusion. No, I get you. It happens. Yes, it does. It does happen.
Yeah. I've got a wound going down from my chest down my navel, and this was from a botched exploratory. This is so bad. This is so bad. And what is it? How's the mistake hidden? Oh yeah, you're sick. There's some kind of problem. We sent this. No, you guys created this thing, and yeah, man, it's bad. But the trafficking thing, I remember we had a whole lot of witnesses from Congo arrive on the beach. They were camped on the beach, no housing, being pacified by United Nations, right?
Okay.
And of course, you know the whole connection with the.
Yes, the organization used to be a non-governmental organization, an NGO. Is that correct? So
I go to the hall at one of the key model congregations connected to the Bethel, and I'm just greeting everybody. And this one's from United Nations, that one's from United Nations. That my Bible studies are from United Nations. I'm getting patted down and searched when I conduct the studies. Right?
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, this is hectic. And I remember saying to the coordinator, I said, crumbs, there's so many, I just blurted out. I just go, what's with all the United Nations guys? And he loses the color in his face as I say that. Because that was the whole collaboration that was going on, right? That was about 1999, 98. And we were inserting all those articles into Awake magazines because that's the agreement, right?
Yes. The agreement audience is if you're part of the United Nations, meaning if the United Nations is willing to help you out, you are part of your obligation is to promote the United Nations. Right. So there would be articles in the Awake here and there, even talking about your human rights. You know, some of you might remember that picture of Eleanor Roosevelt holding up that big poster. That was the 30 human rights Declaration of Human Rights, the Universal Declaration. So every so often you'd see something, not so much in the Watchtower, but it would be in the Awake. So every year they had to sign up or re-register. I don't know what it was called, but they also had to confirm that they did promote the United Nations. So they got to give them the confirmation that they did promote the United Nations. And the United Nations would help somebody that had a following the size of Jehovah's Witnesses and others as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
So Linda James, if you've got 100,000 subscribers, guess what? You can make all kinds of deals, right, on your YouTube. Correct? It puts you into another category. So
It
when
does. Yes.
someone, so when someone like Jared, you know who I'm talking about, Jared, when there
From
was the
back
property.
from governing body, um, the original governing body, as opposed
Okay,
to the governing
I'm
body
going to
we
have
have
to be.
today.
I'll be specific. Kushner.
Oh yes.
So when,
Okay, that Jared.
so, so
So
when there was the
that would be
property deal,
Trump's son-in-law who bought
right?
the
Yes. Keep going.
property there, the property there in New York when they sold it.
So who puts money into a briefcase and says there's $1 billion? Nobody does that in a deal, right? Nobody does that, right?
Nothing. Nobody I know.
Right. Nobody does it. So things are done through hire purchase and through banking arrangements and all kinds of deals. It's an elaborate process. It's a very complex process.
Okay.
But in that process, you've got a profile of 8 to 9 million people that behave a certain way that you can guarantee certain statistics from, even down to saying like, oh, we're going to have so many cell phone sales or so many a particular medical product or something like this. We can guarantee statistically through a subservient people that we have psychologically developed. This is better than 100,000 subscribers. It's better than 1 million subscribers on a YouTube channel, because we know that you're going to get a percentage from them that will be free volunteer labor to help us with our property flipping, right? So that's part of the deal too. It's not just a monetary transaction. It's also saying that, Jared, you do this, we will shift things in a certain way, or we will use a psychological control to shift things a certain way to get this percentage that will bring in a return like this or a return like that. Am I making sense, or I'm getting more confused?
No, I think you are making sense. And from what I recall, he bought it, but he doesn't own it now. He sold it, I believe, since then. Is that correct? Or does he
I
still
don't know. You
own?
guys have got more information on that one.
Okay.
I've lost touch with.
Okay.
They booted me from the system
Mm,
2013, which was the same time
okay.
that was happening, because
Okay.
that
Yes.
was still through Admin 2000, which had a whole lot of security flaws. They asked me to recreate that data. I was called back into Bethel and they said, can I recreate the data? Because, oh, we've had a problem, we've lost it, and we need help. But the reason for them pulling me in was to see if I could recreate the data. They've got the data in data havens. They
Wow.
removed that data from South Africa because there was data auditing from government going on because of that, like 1948 thing where they said that they said that they had divorced themselves from the militant watchtower that was operating here in South Africa going up to Congo, which is part of your trafficking
Okay.
pattern. Okay,
I'm
which is
I'm
how.
hearing this kind of stuff for the first time from you today and another time, and I would like to have you on again someday to go through that, to explain it all the way through. It doesn't have to happen today, but
I
you know,
I don't know how much I'm making a mess on your program.
no,
That
you're not making a mess. You're talking about different time frames and what happened during those time frames. So it feels, I believe some people are hearing what you're hearing out of context of what they know. So I'm wanting you to come back another time on this show and talk about that from like what you know from the beginning of what you know and what the purpose of that was, because you're kind of touching on it. I didn't know about it until you started mentioning it, so I'm sure some of the audience doesn't know about it. Some of them do, maybe do, so I'm just asking if we can get into that sometime
when the
in the future.
Congolese, yes, the answer is yes. When the Congolese came onto the beach, my instruction from the branch was get them onto the next bus. We're getting them back to Congo. They have
Okay.
fled Congo.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Oh my goodness. That is disheartening to hear.
But
Okay.
let me stop there because I'm I must. You lead me in, otherwise I'll get
Okay.
out of hand.
So, yes, there was the United Nations and the thing we were talking about. We're now on number 3. When and how, with whom the member has sex. So we're talking about how things are orchestrated within this organization as far as who gets to be married to who. Like, let's say 2 people are interested in each other at the local hall. That you might just start dating, but we find out later that actually that was supposed to be run by the elders.
Yeah, they did that with me. They did that with me. I go to my Bethel room, and I get pulled into service desk, and I get told, "Oh, by the way, Matt, how come you're not pursuing any romance or anything like this?" I go, "Because you've told me not to." You know, I'm the modern day Apostle Paul, and it's off limits. And they say, no. We think you should avert any kind of a question of homosexuality, and it would look really good. It would look really good if you pursued a courtship and got married, and we can train you for circuit work. Isn't there anybody who's shown an interest, Matt? Come on, you must spill the beans. And I go back to my Bethel room, and there is a call. There's a call on the answering service.
Okay.
And a very nervous sister. Hello, Brother Gray. Hello, Brother Gray. I met you at an assembly, and I thought I would give you a call. And my name is so and so, and my number is 70605. And that was
8675309.
And this was the 7th. It was all orchestrated.
I just welcomed JP to the platform. I'm glad you're here, Shack Composer.
Hi, Linda. Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Shack Composer.
I finally got my StreamYard to work. And here I'm in person. Wow.
Right on. I'm so happy to see that.
Hello.
So Matthew, this
I'm
is
just
JP.
hanging out. Nice evening in California.
Right on.
Just relaxing. Actually, I'm smoking a cigar.
That's kind of your thing. Yep.
You're bringing the necessary grounding to the conversation.
You know, it's funny you mentioned, Matthew, that first you're supposed to be like the Apostle John, or not John the Baptist, right? More like John the Baptist.
Oh yeah, eating cob out in the wilderness, sure.
Yeah, yeah. So I'm picturing dreadlocks. I'm picturing Major Tan and celibate. Okay. And then all of a sudden see, there's things that happen within the organization, and it doesn't just happen in this one. It'll happen in other ones too. We find out something on a need to know basis. The fact is, we didn't need to know until something brought us to the point of needing to know. So it's not really ever really taught, or maybe it is from some articles 60 years ago, or could have been last week. And anyways, there are things you don't find out until it's on a need to know basis. So Matthew gets Mr. Celibate, sir, needs to find a partner to kind of get past the. See, homosexuality. There's been these rumors of homosexuality in Bethel. This is my theory, okay? And this happens in other areas. If you get a bunch of men together, some of them are going to seek affection through other men simply for the affection, okay? It does not mean they're gay. It does not mean some of them may be gay, okay? But when they leave, they'll probably seek somebody of the opposite sex. Some of them will not. But on the application to go to Bethel, it literally asks you, are you gay? Because they want to make sure that they don't have to deal with this problem. But the fact is, in jails, prisons and stuff, if you get a bunch of men, same thing if we get a bunch of women together, there's a human, aspect of affection and need in these areas that are just normal. So, um, um, so there was a theory that has been talked about with the governing body, who was the president after Rutherford, which was Mr. President Knorr, and it was rumored that he may have been homosexual, and nobody in Bethel was allowed to get married, but he got married. Could that have been along the same lines as what Matthew was asked to do? Let's give an example of not being homosexual. Get married, get a partner, Who knows? Who knows? So Edgar Hoover from the FBI back in the day was a closeted homosexual. People did not know that back then. And it'll happen sometimes where people just, it's dangerous to come out and state that you are. So in some settings, and of course within this organization, there's a bunch of shame and guilt, and it's just straight up biblically wrong is the stance that the organization takes. So there's no room for that, even though you put a bunch of men together, this happens. It's actually a natural phenomenon for that to happen.
Well, they used to say, do what you want, but just don't get caught.
Ah, okay.
We were told that. I mean, look busy. That's another thing. When you're at work, look busy, because we're all just clowning around. There's a lot of that going on in the top tier. I mean, going and playing golf and counting it as time or field ministry. I mean, what the hell? This is the kind of thing. So if you're talking about it being very camp, I mean, they were telling me, be careful, don't drop your soap, Matt.
Just
watch out. So and they would get into what could I say? I would say the atmosphere was such that it through innuendo. I'm trying to speak very carefully, and I can't get the word out because I know I'm in dangerous territory here. But yeah, look, the culture was such that was going on, for goodness sake. But it was a matter of keep under the radar and just don't get caught. Go skinny dipping in the Bethel pool, but just don't get caught, because if you get caught, that's it. If you want to become a vigilante, be a vigilante, but don't get caught. We'll find you. We will use you. But
as an example,
when you're exposed, then we're going to eject you.
Yes. And that reminds me of like being in the service. Don't ask, don't tell, if this is going on, keep it on the down low. That does make sense. Now we're talking about young men, okay? A bunch of young, healthy men. It's bound to be a natural thing going on in their minds, going on in their bodies to have intimacy and release. Okay, we're all adults here, and that's a normal, healthy thing for young men and even the ones that get older. But you can't expect a bunch of healthy men to get together and be all celibate and think that's really going to work. The Catholic Church had their priests be celibate because if they had a wife, the wife might be entitled to some of the property that the Catholic Church owns. Okay, so that's why priests became celibate.
Yeah, it just depends on what they're thinking at the particular moment. Whoever's in power can swing it one way or another. Exactly. The real reason we got onto the homosexuality thing because that's what they said to me. But the real reason for them orchestrating this, I'm going to say poor sister, because she was manipulated, I believe. The reason for that was control. She was there to keep an eye on me. In other words, Matt, when you are married, she's going to be one of us that keeps an eye on you, and then that's how. What is a circuit overseer wife? COW. They say it's derogatory. It's cow, right?
Okay.
COW.
Okay.
but they go, that's ours. That's our sacred cow,
Okay.
right? Yeah, she's going to control you, and she's going to straighten your tie, and she's going to, yeah, that's exactly what her role is, and that's what you need, and this is what Service Desk has ascertained.
Reels you back in under the guise of being a good wife. JP, what are your thoughts about, we're on number 3 of the thought control.
Well,
I'm sorry, behavior control. Or what did you want to share? Anything?
Well, I came in a little later in the show, so I don't know exactly what you were talking about a little earlier, but I was going to say, as far as the behavior control and all of that goes on, that all of these religions, whether it was the Catholic Church or the Jehovah's Witnesses, through the elder body, it goes through the circuit overseer, back up to the governing body, you know, to the branch and all that. It's just a repetitive feature of ancient societies and mystery schools and controlling of. There's always a group of men that have to lay down. Sorry, I'm in my kitchen now. There's always a group of men that have to lay down the law and give the tradition of what's going on. And there's always people that have to reinforce it, that serve as like priests or whatever, if you want to call it the ancient mystery schools or whatever. Mm-hmm. There's always men that there's always going to be somebody that supposedly has truth or enlightenment that's going to dispose on all of the public or people that they're under control, whether it's a small town government or a mass country. And there's always going to be people that are going to look up to a group of men or people. It's usually men that serve as like a priest class. And that's what you see in all the ancient societies and all that, is there's always a group of people that laid down the laws, the rules, what religions were taught. And, you know, if people dissented on certain beliefs or ideals, that these certain groups at that time of history, if you know, the priest class didn't agree with it, you would get wiped out or you would get demonized by the rest of society. So the same thing we see going on. It just goes all the way back to the classics, or, you know, if you go back to, you know, ancient Greeks or Egyptians, it's the same thing is going on now, exactly what happened back then. This wasn't the first assassination like with Charlie Kirk. If you want to read about a lot of assassinations, just read the Bible.
Hello.
There's the first assassination that happened is in Genesis with Cain and Abel.
Correct.
And then there were several assassinations that you read about in the Bible with certain kings. You know, read First Kings, Second Kings, First Chronicles, Second Chronicles. You'll read about all kinds of assassinations, both on the side of Yahweh and the Babylonian side. You know, with Sennacherib and other stuff too. There was a lot of assassinations on the Assyrian and Babylonian lineage too, throughout history, throughout the Greeks and Romans. So assassination is something that's very common and something that's well practiced, you know, throughout human history. And I think that we're just seeing something that's a lot of people are shocked about, but if you read history and you're a historian, you'll just see that these things are common and they're always going to keep happening throughout the times. And what this really means and all that, I don't really know.
Yeah.
I don't really let these things concern me anymore, because I have my own life to live and stuff. And a lot of these people, just like when Julius Caesar got assassinated and killed, a lot of those people in the empire never saw or met that emperor at all. And the same thing, but it affects the empire, which is what we're living in, is the empire.
Yeah.
But we have to see more than that. I'm not going to let this affect me no matter what happens. I think, like people back then, history is going to go on. This will be recorded in history, but our life's not going to be recorded, but what we do and leave behind is probably going to be more of a profound effect in the smaller things in our community and our family than whatever these people could have ever done for us in the long run. So it's up to us to continue to do what we can do in our small circle, because whether it's a president or somebody, even the mayor in my county, what I can do as a neighbor to somebody in my community or a few people, putting back to our community will be way more than these politicians and all that. It would, the power resides in all of the residents and all of us who are living this life and this experience. And if you can learn to realize that everything what we do is all on us, we don't have to rely on politicians, religion. Like I used to be a witness, so everything came from the governing body and everything was dealt through them. And I think society is the same thing on a bigger scale, but society is just as indoctrinated as we are as Jehovah's Witnesses. What's dealt down from you from the government is the life that you're gonna live, and that's what the government hopes that's gonna happen. But in reality, that's not true. We have freedom. We have true freedom, and that's one thing I'm truly grateful about for living in this country is I can exercise the freedom that we have, and I'm grateful for that, because if I were living in a Middle Eastern country or some Asian countries like China and that, we couldn't even have this little meetup tonight, this cyber meetup and that, like Linda likes to have. It would be totally squashed by the government. So I am thankful for that. And we have to keep what's going on in our minds here and our hearts, what we know as humans, to keep things going, because if we get caught up in the left or the right, we're going to get mixed up. I'm not left or right, I'm up or down. Either what we do as individuals is either going to raise ourselves up as persons and who we surround ourselves with in our society, or we're going to detract it, let it go down. We can't get caught up with the left or the right. They want to put us up there with the left or the right, because there's certain things in both the left or the right that I find they make good points and bad points, both of them. And there's good people on the right and the left, but I don't want to be on either side. I'm up or down. And I think that's what we have to do as people, that this is what whatever this is, this deep state or this government, we don't know what it is. Whatever this is running, this world wants to divide us. And as long as we know that they're doing that, which I do, I'm sure you and Linda know, we have to avoid that. Don't go to the left or the right, be up or down. There's good in all these people, and we have to build ourselves up as a society. But I think we'll get over this hump. We always have. There's everybody only has, once we come into this world and we're born, we only have, the desire to succeed and be accepted amongst our other humans, that we interact with, and to live a better life and help each other out. So as long as we have that in focus, we'll be okay. Just don't get caught up in the left or right. Always remember, be up or down. And that's all I wanted to say for now.
That's a different concept that I have not thought of yet. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Well, tell you what, I'm grateful for meeting JP there, and he's taking the humble, self-deprecating approach, but I listen to him and I get energized because that's the kind of hope that we need.
And yes, here, and it's probably happening worldwide, but definitely here in the United States, we are being pitted against each other. This also happened within the organization. People who got to bonded together, that would end up getting split up. And we really could never trust anyone fully within the organization, because if one of them heard us mention something that might go against the rules, they would need to tell us to report it ourselves or give us a time limit to do it, or else they would have a sense of obligation to tell the elders about it. And why would they do that? Because in their minds, they've been taught that your blood would be upon their hands during Armageddon. So it's one of those to save your life, okay? But it sounds like they're snitches, okay? So we really just couldn't get too close to anybody within the organization if they had that kind of loyalty. Maybe you found someone that would not, but within society at large, we're being pitted against each other. And then even it happens in the organization. And a leader, especially a cult leader, who needs all of the devotion to mainly be for them, are not going to tolerate good bonds amongst ourselves. And if too much of us bonds together, and too much of us bonds together more, and even more, there can be an uprising of the few. That's really what they're trying to avoid.
That's right. You hear that on personnel discussions. So you're not privy to that on, do I say, lower levels in the tier system, but you hear that in.
Yeah, he just froze up. So he's talking about the upper echelon. So if you picture a triangle here, when we were in the organization, we were considered rank and file members. The higher you get, elders, circuit overseers, this, higher, people that are helpers and at Bethel, people that go to Bethel, these different levels within the hierarchy, you end up finding out more information that people down lower on picture the triangle don't know. So I believe that's what he was talking about. It's often referred to as the upper echelon are more aware of more things than people considered the rank and file members, which is just the ordinary member, And Matthew, I was telling them that while you were frozen, that I think you were talking about the higher up you get on an echelon, if you pictured it like a triangle, down at the bottom of the triangle would be the ordinary Jehovah's Witness, the rank and file. And then the higher up in the hierarchy, when you get more higher positions, the more information you come to know, which also brings more responsibility,
Right.
and then sometimes you find out that the higher up you get, that you're actually an accomplice to something terrible that happened that you didn't even do, but because okay, you're kind of an accomplice. So then there's that blackmail that can happen, okay? So, yeah.
You see, now that's the inside story. And I mean, even on jw.org, they've got the inside story. What is it? It's the pyramid. That's their symbol. And what's the other? It's the inverted pyramid, which is the same symbol that you see in the Freemasonry symbolism. So when they say, oh, we don't use that symbolism, well, take a look at 2025. It's still there, folks. It's still happening right in front of your face. Why? Because it's the same system. It's the same system in Flash Gordon. I don't know if you remember the 1980 Flash Gordon, Ming the Merciless. And Flash Gordon says, well, why don't you all team up and overthrow, Ming the Merciless? And you've got Princess Aura saying, oh, my father's got this wonderful system of keeping everybody fighting against each other, And
Yes. So we need to, or I'm encouraging people to, even if we think very differently politically or religiously, still have an opportunity to bond and have friendship. This is part of the freedom we get to have after we leave the organization, and we were all supposed to think the same thing. It's part of our freedom in leaving the org, whether we've chosen to have a different belief system spiritually or not to, or even an atheist. Okay, we don't need to let those things separate us. Now, if somebody is being abusive to you, I'm not saying remain a friend with them. That's dangerous. There's something called no contact. Okay, which means you are removing yourself from an abusive situation. It seems like it's shunning, but shunning is for the purpose of punishing. It's called a discipline, as if it's a form of discipleship. Hello, Natasha. But it's actually a form of punishment. So, but if you're being abused, you want to remove yourself from the situation of abuse into a safer place. That's for your own sense of well-being. It's not for the purpose of punishing them. It's getting away from an abusive situation. Dehydrated Nurse brought up something. She said Marcus, who was ceremoniously discharged from Bethel, had a channel and told so many stories. I believe Marcus Vaughn still has that channel. And yes, he recalls stories, okay? Marcus Vaughn. He's a black gentleman, and I believe him and that real pretty gal, they were hanging out together. I believe they're together. Destiny, or she's got a really cool name. Anyways, they've been doing videos together too, but get a chance to look into some of his older videos from when he first was kicked out of Bethel, just trying to make sense of it. He just kept making videos. Very fascinating. His name is Marcus Vaughn. Yeah, he's somebody to check out.
Marcus Vaughn, yes. Yeah. And his sister. Yeah, that's right. Is it his sister or his wife?
You know him personally? Like you've talked to him?
I've come across him. There was a recommendation, so that must be AI just doing that recommendation. But
okay.
Yeah, I've tapped into that. Yeah, great stuff.
Yes. So he has done a couple of videos with his sister. They've kind of went on a walk or something. And more recently,
I think the lady he's with, her name is Serenity.
Yes. Real pretty. She's like, she's got her hair like this short. She throws a bow in it and rocks it. Okay.
Yeah, she's got her own channel too, right?
Yes.
Right.
I forget the name. I think it's called like Awakening Lights or something. Mm-hmm. Something like that. But yeah, they have a good channel.
They do. And I don't know how they got together, but you can tell the chemistry's there, and I think it's a beautiful thing, to be honest. So yes, Marcus Vaughn, you will hear some stories of his time within the organization. Definitely worth checking out. Yes, I'm glad I got to go back to that.
Linda James, can I ask you about the sleep deprivation thing in the behavior control?
Yes.
What kind of reports have you got in about sleep deprivation?
Well, I made a little video. I don't know where it's at, but basically, let's see. Within different high controlled, high demand groups, they keep you very busy. Okay. And what happened is you were recruited into a cause that you believe in and want to be a part of. It could be, helping the world find peace. It could be saving the children. It could be LGBTQ rights. It could be anything, okay, that seems great and you agree with. So you get together with these people. And then you find out over time that you're so busy being a part of this group, you don't have much time for your friends anymore. Gosh, you can't get together with your parents during the holidays, okay, because there's things that need to be done. Matter of fact, get this. Fred Franz, the uncle of Raymond Franz,
Right.
when he first got to Bethel, or he was there for a while, so his mom gives him a call, Fred Franz, the uncle of Raymond Franz. His mother gives him a call and says, your father has died, and you need to come home for the funeral. Fred Franz says, yeah, I'm not going to make it, Mom. I'm too busy here at this, the organization. Well, Mom called Joseph Rutherford herself, okay? And I don't know what kind of hole she ripped into him, but our Joseph Rutherford came out and told Fred Franz, you will be going to your father's funeral. Because he got a phone call from Freddie Franz.
From mother.
That's right.
They have to obey mother.
Oh, God, yes. Once a mother gets to that point of no return, we all obey, okay? It could be somebody else's mother. We all obey.
But yeah, I get your point about the normal human reflex is overridden. Yeah,
Yes.
I got it.
And so you don't have time for any rest or relaxation. Every bit of like even when you've MLMs, multi-level businesses, they'll say you can sell this product during your free time, right? Well, it's important for us to have free time that's not filled with work. Literally, our bodies need that. So when we go to see a movie or see a live performance, that's like a mini vacation where our mind gets to become involved in that. And it takes us away from the normal 5 days a week, 7 days a week responsibilities that we usually do. And it's like a mini vacation. So it rejuvenates us and it kind of just helps the mind. It helps the body. So when you take the time for entertainment, it's vital to do that. When you take the time for vacation, it's vital to do that. And if you remember, the organization wants us all to find the local Kingdom Hall where you go on vacation. Why? Because once you start getting, once you take a break from the weekly indoctrination, there will be a split, there will be a crack, and they don't want that split or crack to happen, okay? But in life, it's good to take whatever time your vacation time gives you away from your usual everyday stuff. It's very rejuvenating and healthy for the body.
Can I ask you both a question? Can I include JP if he's comfortable? But
Sure.
This thing about meditation, even the organization, when I say organization, JW organization, they hijack that one too, because the meditation is to keep busy with Bible thoughts and literature, not to empty the mind and just still the mind so that it's quiet, so it's not an overworked muscle that's fatigued, because they're going, oh, if you quieten the mind, demons come in.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
So that gets hijacked, but that's necessary to have that pool so that you get the reflection of what's actually occurring, right? You got thoughts on that?
How about you, JP?
Well, they want to put that fear in front of people. There's always some kind of a fear for the control that they have. So if you were talking about like demons or demon control, is that what you were speaking about?
Yeah, but we need to have that time just to give the mind a break. Just quiet that, for goodness sake, still the mind. Just stop thinking, stop overthinking about things. And because it's like going to the gym and just working your bicep 24/7, something's going to snap, right? So the mind, they go, well, meditation isn't this, like Dalai Lama, meditation out in the mountain of Tibet. They're going, no, meditation is filling your mind with Watchtower literature and reading the Bible 20 pages a day in the morning and 20 pages at night, right? So that your mind is always occupied.
See, it's interesting. What they call meditation, they're using loaded language. What you just defined as the organization's idea of meditation wouldn't be what an ordinary person would think of as meditation.
Yeah, certainly it's not finding your own, like as regular meditation would be, finding the own. But what they try to do is, from what I could remember, is when I was a JW, is that we would have a Watchtower talk or a convention or something. They would say, "Oh, try to meditate on what you learned and stuff like that." And I would always wonder what does really meditation consist of, because even when I was a believing JW, I always thought meditation was a very quiet, um, deeper thought process, that you put yourself through, almost like getting an outer body experience. But the organization would always detour from actually doing something like that, which I have actually experienced something like that, in my life. And I've allowed myself to go to that place, which is when you do deep meditation, that's something that you have to allow yourself to do and allow your mind to shut down and escape and go to those other places. But I know what you mean. The meditation of what Jehovah's Witnesses mean, and that just means pretty much, um, I would say that means just that's the way they tell you of meditating on God or Jehovah's things, is just meditating on the self programming that they install in you. And it's a form of re-indoctrinating yourself. It's not true meditation in what it is and whatever God allowed us to do in our minds, because I think meditation is actually a process that we can do and can achieve if we allow ourselves. And whoever our creator is, whoever God is, to me it's Jesus. I'm a Christian, but I believe that we're allowed, because Jesus even went and meditated, got away from people, and went into deep thought. So I think that's just a natural process. Even from the books of Genesis, some of the older people in Genesis, they went into like almost like a self-entrancing um, type of meditation situation. It's even recorded in the Old Testament in the book of Genesis, all the way back to Enoch and even before, to where they would achieve a higher thought, to where they would be almost where they would get called to God, or even Jacob's ladder, other stuff, and later Genesis. It's like, to me, there's no doubt in that, but the way Watchtower present it is totally distorted, and I'm just glad I have learned that and recognized that. But the people that are still in that cult and stuff, they use the word meditation and meditating on God's things to as a form to self indoctrinate, not to release yourself from everything in your world that's happening in your existence at that point, to let go of everything that's happening in your life and let your mind go to relax, because our mind is a muscle and it needs to relax, it needs to unwind, and it's the most stressful part of our body. That and our heart are the two most parts of our body. Even though, I work a full 40-hour week and sometimes it feels like my feet and my back are suffering the most, in my body. Actually, it's my mind and my heart, that I find that I have the most stress and things to let go. So through meditating and other stuff, which I've done recently, um, I talked to an XJW recently, and he sent me these mantras and stuff to listen to while I just sit quietly. And honestly, I can't even, there's no words. I can't explain it to you, like what's happened, when you just listen to these mantras and stuff, they totally relax you, and they're just words of sentiment. And I can't explain it, but there is more out there than the meditation than uh, what Watchtower reveals to you or to the members. And it isn't what it is. It's a false form of meditating, and that I think the highest forms to getting close to God and to yourself, and even destroying your demons and your guilt, everything. You can never do that to a priest. You can never reveal that to a pastor. It's through meditation and stuff to where you really work out your own stuff and let it out to that. And it may sound weird. I'm still a Christian, but I think that stuff's still real. I'm as a Christian,
Right.
I believe there's still some mystery and esotericism in the world that we need to know, that weren't revealed to us in the Bible and stuff, that aren't contrary to Christian beliefs and being a Christian. But there's things that we're not aware of, and there's things that you're never going to learn in the church, religion, or any denomination that's going to show you these things. So that's what I think. We have to have a completely clear mind. If you want to be a Christian, be all in for Jesus like I am. But I'm also know that there's more stuff than what we're taught in the just the regular church. And even in the Bible, there's a lot more writings and stuff. And the canon of the Bible was just brought to us. I think it was through God, through divine will. That the canon of the Bible that was brought to us. But there's more revelations and other things and writings and stuff. And as we exist, there's going to be more things. Like certainly, it couldn't have ended with that, because as Christians, we're all still waiting for the return of Christ. So, in between what was written in the Bible and all the other, sacred writings throughout the earth, and what we're waiting for is there's a lot of things that are going to happen, and things that we have to know, and things that we don't know. And we have to be content with that, I think, is the XJW, because everything was dealt out to me so much that this is what's going to happen, and this is how things are going to be. And even since leaving in the last few years, the Watchtower has changed so much, and what they expect, the end, and how their members behave, in the dress code and other stuff has changed so much. That's proof in itself that you can't rely on these people. So I don't know. I'm just still trying to figure this out myself, but that's kind of
Sounds
how I
good to
feel
me.
myself.
I like it. JP's disappeared there, but I mean, I'm listening to him. I'm like a fly in milk here, Linda James. I think
Mhm.
that is an advanced human speaking here. And if XJW stands for something, then this X stands for Christ consciousness. Is that fair?
Sure.
Because that's what I'm hearing.
Christ consciousness is a term that I don't quite understand, but I've heard many talk about. You know, JP talking about being a Christian, you know, the organization had predictions, and they called themselves a prophet-like organization, and they said they were the mouthpiece of God. So when they had expectations and had us thinking expectations, we would say that they were false prophecies. And sometimes I would hear people say, no, they were just false predictions. The fact is if you call yourself a prophet, you're stating that you speak for God. You know, thus saith the Lord. So that's a position they put themselves in. And a matter of fact, being that they're a theocracy and they have the 144,000, the anointed, what the organization has taught is that only the 144,000 are the mediator between God and man. Meaning they are the only ones that qualify as being directly between Jesus as the mediator and then Jehovah. Anybody else who's of the rank and file, we don't get to have Jesus as our mediator, which the Bible says. There's one mediator between God and man, and it's Jesus. The organization takes that place for the ordinary rank and file person. Within Christianity, mainstream Christianity, that's something that you get to have for the most part. When you get involved with any kind of a group that, or any kind of a person that says, I am God, or I speak for God, run, okay? Run. This is dangerous. If they say that they are God, or they say that they speak for God, this is a dangerous group. It's
JP
like
was sharing tremendously personal experience there. I mean, if you want to call it, I suppose you could put it into all kinds of categories. Some might say that that's a mythical or mythical experience. He was talking about out of body, for instance. I'm going, hang on, isn't this connected to our intuition side? Isn't that exactly what's supposed to be occurring? But I can already identify, if he had opened his mouth to certain tiers within the organization, they'd go, we need to shut this down because this exposes. He's tapping into what's at the mind of Christ here. Where, here it is. Jesus gets baptized, right? And then they say the kingdom of heaven opens up and his pre-human existence or memory opens up. That isn't said in the Bible. That's oral tradition. But where do they get that? Because they know that is exactly the way we're supposed to function, whether you want to call it the scrolls of heaven or you want to call it Akashic memory or Akashic fields. That's exactly what we're supposed to do. But that creates a threat because it now threatens the authority, the artificial authority structure, which is running off the control of information, isn't it? We don't want you to know what's happening in Admin 2000. We don't want you to circumvent the hub system. We want you to remain compartmentalized.
Yes, absolutely.
It's kind of speaking for you there, JP, but essentially I appreciate your candidness about your experiences there, and I find it refreshing.
Dallas says, the mediator between God is certainly not King George. Which makes me think of King James. So King James did not write the Bible. King James was somebody that authenticized, made it authentic. He gave it like the stamp of his signet ring. He was somebody of prominence that once everybody that was involved in canonizing the Bible picked the certain books that they decided was to go into the Bible, he put the stamp of approval on it. But he didn't write the Bible. So the King James Version. And today, the Bibles that Trump has put out, President Trump, those are the King James Bibles as well. And he was able to do that legally because it's not a copyright thing. People can, like, that was done legally. It's done legally.
Was he sworn in with the Jefferson Bible?
No, it was actually when the founding fathers came over, they didn't have the King James Bible at all. They had what's called the Geneva Bible. The Puritans, the first founding fathers, it was the Geneva Bible. And a lot of the reason why they came here is because they wanted to practice. Not only was the Catholic Church corrupt, but also the Protestant Church, the kings, everybody was corrupt. So that's why they wanted to come here and form this new what we have now. And even a lot of the founding fathers, that's why a lot of them were Freemasons, because Freemasonry was being persecuted a lot in England and a lot of those places at that time. And it always has been, since then. Even I think World War II, we focus a lot on the Jehovah's Witnesses. There was, I think, about 3,000 or 4,000 that died in concentration camps and stuff. But what I didn't know and realize was there was like probably about the Freemasons were also persecuted by the Nazis, and there was probably about 250,000 Freemasons that were executed and killed in concentration camps.
That's it.
And they went and they raided their lodges. They were looking for secrecy. They were obviously, they were looking for the Holy Grail and other stuff. But it's just terrible too that I think that's one group that's demonized a lot more than that should be. The Freemasons. I mean, I've researched them enough to know their beliefs. I don't think they're running the world and stuff, but they have been. If you look at their whole history, they've been persecuted the whole time since they were founded up until the time now. Like a lot of fundamentalist Christians and conspiracy theorists will demonize these people, but to me, if they're running the world, then why did 250,000 of them die, like during the World War II and other times?
Are you familiar?
It's just because they and that's kind of why the founding fathers came here, because they were trying to escape the regime of free thought and enlightenment. Is new thought, Neoplatonism and alchemy and other things which is in Freemasonry. So they wanted to extinguish these thoughts of old mystery schools and teachings and stuff that could teach us things, in our modern times. They want to extinguish this and lower our our abilities and our reasoning to a smaller thing, and just make us on a more, we're right, we're left, and that's what I dismiss. I'm not right or left. I'm up or down. Either what you believe and accept in the society is either going to bring us up or it's going to bring us down. But I think the left or the right, whole argument is just to divide us, because honestly, like, I find things on the left and the right that appeal to me, and I think they both make good points. There's good people on both sides, but there's evil people on both sides. For example, like when you saw Charlie Kirk debate people, for me, he held his composure for the most part. He never yelled or had a meltdown at any time he was having a debate against people. A lot of people would have a meltdown when they were debating him, which I understand because it's a highly controversial subject. I could never do what he was doing, ever go and debate people. even as JWs in the 80s and 90s, we did what Charlie Kirk was doing. We would go to people's house, and I remember going to the door, and we would sit there for an hour debating a Trinitarian in the 80s or 90s, and I would my field service partner would be talking to him, and I would be there opening my reasoning book,
That's
finding
right.
our debates and that. So we did the same thing. I remember in high school there was a debate club and all that.
Yep.
So I think it's healthy and there's things we should do. So I'm an up and down person. I think the left and right divides us, because ultimately when we see the left and right, we can see ourselves in both of the arguments. If you want to really put yourself in that.
Yeah.
So what we have to do is we really have to come down to ourselves as a spiritual person, however you recognize that as. We have to look at our family, our community, and ourselves, and we have to realize, how are we going to get through this to raise our country, our society up to get through this? And we've done this before through American society. Like I was saying earlier, assassination is no new thing to human society. It's in the Bible. It's all through the ancient writings, American history, from Abraham Lincoln through Kennedy, through, RFK. It's just, these things happen. We're going through this now. And I can't say nothing that's going to change people if they're watching this, but what I can change is when I go to work Monday and that, I can change who I'm working with and a few people. And if we just do that, that's all it's going to take, is to make a change. It's not going to putting up a post or going on, Facebook, Instagram, or Twitter, or whatever, and looking up something that's going to build yourself up emotionally for negative feelings. Because even if you don't post it, it's going to carry over, and you're going to go to work, and you're going to show up at work, and you're going to have a bad attitude when you go to work, your workmates and that. So we have to be better than that. We can't let the killing of somebody that we didn't even know really personally, somebody that didn't know us personally, it sucks. It's terrible. But it happens. It's happened through history. But this is something that there's some outer powers. I don't know what it is. But we have to be above that are trying to control and derail us as society and humans. Whether you want to call it a deep state or something, I don't know. But it is there. It's happening. But we are aware of it.
Welcome, Purple.
But we have to behave in such a way to where we have to defeat this. And I think we will. As human society, we keep going. The only thing we thrive as humans is just to basically, like Spock said, live long and prosper. You know what I mean? But
well, that's the rabbinical Kabbalah, isn't it?
Yeah, but humans for the most part, we want to just live comfortably. We want to help other people. For the most part, in the psyche, if you see somebody disturbed or hurting, we want to help them out, get them back to normal, and then continue on with our life.
Oh.
And I think as long as we remember that, we're gonna end up on the top of everything, and things are gonna continue upward. But this can go deeper. Like, I think AI and a whole other things are a whole deeper conversation too, how that can thwart and put the trajectory of humankind in a bad way, but that's a whole nother discussion and a whole nother show. But tonight, just based off of what happened to CK and his assassination and stuff. I mean,
Yeah.
we're gonna get through this, and we
This
learned a lot
situation,
from it, and I think it's gonna bring us a lot together. A lot of us that never wanted to have conversations, and I hope so. I'm not a prophet or anything, but I hope so.
Linda
that
James,
would,
can I make a personal statement here with what you both have been saying? Because I feel, well, JP's disappeared
yes,
there, but I
yes.
feel when JP is talking about, in fact, he's saying he feels hopeful. But in my gut instinct, I feel the same. I listen to you, I listen to him, and I go, yeah, these are the conversations we should have been having long ago. Well, you guys are light years ahead here, but this was the attractive factor that pulled me into the work that took me out into the bush and all of this kind of stuff. I remember a Bethel lecture 25 years ago, increasing your spiritual comprehension, which was talking just like what I'm hearing now, and then it got shut down.
Wow.
It got
Yes.
yeah. But
See,
when
back,
I hear JP saying, "Oh, I think we're going to get past this," I believe that, but I hope that that's not another illusion that's being created. I
I
feel
think
it.
the illusion that's happening in the United States is that there's a lot of separation as a result of unfortunately Charlie Kirk's death. There's a lot of pitting each other against each other. So when he says, I believe we're going to get through this and be more united than, that's very hopeful. And that is my hope as well. And I wanted to tell Purple, no worries about the bad connection on your laptop. I'm glad you're here.
So then this
But
poor man's
go ahead.
death is kind of like a sacrifice that's taking us to a better place.
It could. It does not look like it to me today. But hearing what JP is saying, I haven't looked at it that way. That could be the case. That could very well be the case. And when you were mentioning that, you heard a talk like this 25 or something years ago, it got shut down. There was a time when we would get handed a subject and then we would create a talk around the subject. That's what people did. And over time it became, here is your outline, stick to it. Okay?
That's right.
So
I'm sorry, Lynn. What I think what we're going through is another turning. It's a time of peace and that, but it never is permanent. That's what you and Matthew need to understand. Have you ever heard of the concept of the fourth turning? It's a human cycle period, and there's turning points. I don't know if you could look that up, Linda, and then play a video.
I haven't heard of that.
Or if I could send it to you.
JP is hitting bullseye after bullseye today.
Have you heard of that, Matthew? It's called the fourth turning.
Yeah, this is a cycle that's repeating itself. You just take
There's
a look
cycle of peace, war, prosperity.
Okay.
Yeah.
And we're going into like what's called a fourth turning. It's another, and that's what I mean. Like I would hope what I was regarding to with the peaceful time is it'll happen, but it only lasts for like a generation or so.
Okay.
And each turning is a period of 80 years, and it's two generations that connect.
I see.
I'll send you a video of that, Linda, or if you want to play it later, I don't know. It's a concept by historians. This has nothing to do with like religion or philosophy or anything. This is just basically based off of human patterns of what we do. There's always a time of peace, prosperity, and then there's a time of war and disparity, and then a time of rebuilding. But yeah, what we're going through is what's called the fourth turning. It's probably maybe leading to a disparaging time. It usually builds up to a something happening, with a
You know what it's
pretty
reminding
much.
me of? And I don't know if it's the same, but this is what it's reminding me of. There's something called the cycle of abuse. And there'll be a time of like everybody, the couple is getting along. It's usually a couple, or it could be your parents, or one's a perpetrator, one's a victim. And there's a cycle of abuse that happens when they're getting along really well, and then there's another portion in the cycle where tension builds up, and then the explosion happens. However that looks, it could be yelling. People don't even have to lay a hand on you, and it still is abusive. And then they go
Traumatizing.
back, very traumatizing. Thank you. And then, then they make up, and it's the honeymoon stage of, back together, tight as ever. And so there's a cycle of abuse. And when you first meet someone who is an abusive person, but let me just say a perpetrator, they will love bomb you big time. And what they also do is they mirror you. So they pay attention to the things you like. They like it too. They like the same things. They pay attention to, things about you, and they talk about themselves as though they're very much like you. That's called mirroring. So you end up thinking you've found somebody that you have so much in common with, right? And so that's the luring love bombing stage, which groups do that as well. We were actually taught to, do the love bombing. We must greet, people that show up that are new. I didn't know I was being part of the love bombing. I didn't, I'm just greeting somebody new at the Kingdom Hall, right? But yeah, so this cycle of abuse is what it's reminding me of. So what JP's talking about is like when he's saying this turning point, it's giving me hope, because I don't feel good at this time. So knowing that there's going to be a turning point, it gives me hope, because I hope it's going to be better, that we will be closer than
Hey,
how we're
hey,
being
Linda, I
pitted
sent
apart.
you about a 8-minute video. I don't know if you can get it, but it's a short video, kind of summarizing what it is. It's only like 8 minutes. I don't know if you can play it here.
I kind of don't know how to do it. I don't know how to bring it up.
Okay.
But I would definitely will look at it. And
Yeah, please do.
Natasha was bringing up that, because we were talking about meditation, that inside of the organization we weren't supposed to do yoga, or meditate in other
Right.
ways. So my idea of meditation, and if you think about it, I remember being in the organization and thinking, looking forward to paradise, or thinking back to how things were. It was very seldom that I was in the moment of today, of right now. And meditation for me falls under what is called mindfulness, and taking the
Yes.
time out to literally focus on the here and now, okay? And not be stuck in the future or even in the past, but to take the time, you put your feet on the ground. That's called an anchor. You're anchoring yourself, and you're paying attention to what you're hearing, which shouldn't be much, okay? And you take some deep breaths, and you can reflect on things, or you might get what is called a guided imagery, okay? And that usually is something very encouraging. That's what I consider meditation today. What GP was talking about, sure, that's a form of meditation too, and things that Matthew has brought up too. What the organization used to do with us is start off saying something to the effect of, imagine yourself in a situation where What they were doing was taking us through guided imagery. Okay, so we would be in the Kingdom Hall, totally picturing ourselves in whatever the story was in, and that, of course, at first was very nice, but sometimes it would go into, if you don't do this, Jehovah is not pleased. And we all know what that means. That means we will not survive Armageddon. So that brings on a bit of trauma. But what happens is, when we go through what is called a guided imagery, whether it's through somebody within the organization or a therapist, is we go into a zone of relaxation to the point of almost like daydreaming. You're not unconscious. You're not unconscious, is what I'm saying. You're not at a place where you can't snap out of it. If one of the kids needs something right away, you can snap right out of it, do what you need to do, and go back to it. So, but when you're in that place of such relaxation and you're receiving information, your mind does not naturally critically think about the stuff that's coming in.
Okay.
Whereas
Hypnagogic?
if you were, I'm sorry, what?
Sorry, I just blurted it out. Hypnagogic?
I don't know.
Or
Possibly.
they do relate hypnosis with deep relaxation, isn't it?
Yes.
It's the state, yeah.
I just have never heard that word. Maybe so. So when you are that relaxed and new information comes in, your mind and your body receives it more easily than if you were in a state of non-relaxation. You might think to yourself, wait a minute, that just contradicted what they just said a minute ago. So you catch those things quicker, But if you're in a state of guided imagery, pretty much you take in a lot more without questioning. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a technique that can be used. And we don't even realize it's happening to us. So there's many things even on YouTube channels that give you guided imagery, usually very positive things. You can picture yourself walking over leaves, and you can find things that are very positive, and it's very helpful too. So, before if you do decide to listen to any of that, listen to it while you're not relaxing and decide for yourself if that's what you want to listen to later in a more relaxed state. You get to make those decisions, and if it rings true to you, great. And if it just doesn't, and you can't put your finger on it, you don't have to have a real reason that comes up in your mind right then. If it feels wrong, you don't have to be a part of anything that it feels wrong. Just really tap into what your intuition or your gut is telling you. Maybe later in life it'll feel more comfortable, and if it doesn't today, you don't have to be a part of it at all. You get to decide for yourself. So meditation can be very helpful. There are those that are part of some religions where they're meditating for hours upon hours upon hours. They get to a place in their minds where they kind of just disassociate. Then later on, after they leave that group, they're going along in life and their minds just go into the disassociation without even attempting to do that. So we were also, I also experienced that when there would be talks given, especially at long days of assemblies or symposiums. Sometimes it would just be too much information for me. So I would kind of zone out and kind of just disassociate, and that was just something I did. But it wasn't part of the practice of this religion. It was just I was on overload, and that's what I did in that situation. But yeah, let's go. If there's anything more we want to talk about on this subject, we can, or we can go to number 4 under behavioral control. And we don't have to finish this all tonight. This can keep going for however many shows it takes, because let me just say this. I think it's good to understand that these techniques are techniques used by people or groups that do not have our best interests in mind, but have their best interest in mind. These things done to us will serve them, not us.
Yeah, I think that's really great. I appreciate JP's input there, just listening to his clarity that's coming through. I was trying to categorize it for anybody that was interested. And the fourth turning, to me, whether I'm right or wrong, is essentially psychohistory. I think that's the category because it looks into the patterns. And because you can see the patterning, you can kind of predict what's coming next. And that's what I was hearing from him when he mentioned the fourth turning. I was going, yeah, this is something that we as humans have been doing since antiquity. We've been in these cycles. And also the second subject is this the meditation, which you've put very clearly. And I think that's where we all work together, because you may meditate and get something that's essential there, and JP will bring something in, or I'll bring in something, or somebody else, or Purple there will bring in something, And I think that's what it is. This is that unity thing, which they sought to divide. But I see that working together, and that fills me with hope, because I go, sure,
Yes.
finally, this is the kind of conversations we should have been having long ago,
Yes, and to be honest, humans are social creatures. It's important for us to socialize. Okay, that is edifying for us. Some people might be more introverted and don't care to socialize all that much. They are fueled taking time by themselves. Some people are more social, extroverted, and they actually need to socialize more to get fueled. And if you don't, pay attention to what kind of, tap into who you truly are, sometimes you find yourself on empty. And when you're on empty, that's a time when a meltdown can happen, and it can be things you have to apologize for. So let me just give you an example. About every 9 months to a year, when my kids were little, I would have what I would call as a meltdown. They are being normal kids. Why not? Wanted to do something and kept asking me why not. They were being normal kids, but other stuff was going on in my head. Okay. Plus my kids. And I would start off with, because I'm a lousy fuck of a mother. And then I would bitch. I would just bitch. And they're all crying. Okay. So I'm the founder of the Lousy Fuck of a Mother Club. After I did something like that, I had to apologize. After a while, sometimes things get too overwhelming and we have a meltdown and we have a hissy fit. Sometimes that happens. Say your apologies to whoever you might have yelled at.
I think that's the healing process, isn't it? That you're going through this. It's a crappy, bloody thing, because you're seeing it in yourself and you're going, I never wanted to be like this.
Oh, yeah.
But I hear it in you, and I think if you bring that truth, even if it's a lousy, horrible truth, you know what? Love still grows, and that it grows in that soil, right? So that's our healing mechanism. Oh, that's the other thing, is the suppression of the truth. We couldn't talk like this, so these truths couldn't come out, because no, that's not clinical enough. It's but when though we might be struggling to articulate, we're in that truth wave that our subconscious can click into. Yes. And it frees us up. And now we as humans, because we're all different spectrum, you're one part of the spectrum, I'm one part, JP there, and purple. I mentioned purple because that's one of the colors, but all of these colors work in our human society. And when it's not suppressed, now we're functioning at the hopeful level, functioning at the level that we're supposed to, right?
Yes. John says, the real truth is dangerous.
Sure.
That's interesting.
Thanks for mentioning that too, Linda, because the way we used to be and things we used to say and how we would act isn't necessarily who we are today.
Right.
But
And
to
it wasn't who I
recognize,
truly
but
was
to
on a
take,
regular daily basis, but I would get too overwhelmed. Now it happened
no, but
every so
like
often.
I'm exactly like you. I could take responsibility for what I was, and what I was is not who I am today, and not
Yes.
who I will ever be in the future.
Yes.
So it's okay to recognize that, and I'm glad you brought that up. That was really nice and sweet to that that you needed to bring that up, because that really reached to myself too, to where I have to take responsibility for who I was and what I've said. Because
Yeah.
even though I've made amends in a lot of parts of my life, there's some parts that I really need to recognize. And as uncomfortable it may be, sometimes you need to reach out to people and be like, hey, I'm sorry because I was an asshole. You may need to say that, and I'm not that anymore, and
Yeah.
I'll never be that again. And whether they want to forgive you or not, that's okay.
Right.
But whether they want to forgive you or not, it matters, but it doesn't matter, because we have to move on. If somebody doesn't want to do that, they may be living in their own demons and inaccuracies in their life that they're going through, that we may have overcome, but they may do in the future. So
Yeah.
it's a progress, and a lot of things that people do, us as humans, is we always react how other people view us. Oh, how do people think about us and all that? To really live a healthy life and relationship with yourself is to not really worry too much about what other people think.
That had me part of my stress. I would think a good mother would have all this stuff in order. I would have all this stuff done on time, and I never did. So some of that overwhelmness I was putting on myself. And I got to a point where I said to myself, okay, maybe they didn't get a bath tonight. Okay, if they know that I loved them at the end of the day, they know my love, then I've done my job. Okay. So I had to give myself some grace of being what I considered a failure of a mother, because I was just always knowing I wasn't measuring up enough. Okay. And I learned to think that way even in the organization. I mean, all these things that is suggested for us to do leaves no time for a mental break. And when you have little children, if you're going to the bathroom to do number 2, they're in there with you too. I used to tell my kids, I can't even poop in peace. That's just a normal kid thing. So you might not have a break, as very often. The organization makes sure you're busy all the time, and then you have sleep deprivation. But there's another reason why this is done, because it doesn't give you an opportunity to lean back, relax, and ponder on some of your belief systems, some of the things I believe, and begin to question them, and let kind of, just go through it in your head and finish it out. To have a thought and finish it out. We didn't have time to have a thought that we were trained or taught is right, and then finish it out with, well, if I do this and that, this and this could happen, and that's going to take me to this place. And I'm not sure if I want to go there. That wasn't an option. It was, you are to, take the directions of the organization, because it's the same as Jehovah giving them to you. And that's part of being loyal and obedient to Jehovah. So do not question it. Just be obedient and do it. Keep going by the way, keep going by the way, and keep going by the way. So the organization had us doing many, many things. And yes, we would get overwhelmed and sometimes have a meltdown, but it just never gave you enough time to sit back and ponder. Now, during the time of the C-19, which happened about 4 years ago, many people in this organization had extra time on their hands, and they had time to sit back and ponder. Door-to-door activity wasn't happening. Phone calls were happening. Going into the Kingdom Hall was not happening. Zoom meetings were happening. Some people didn't have their jobs. Some people had to get jobs that were less time. Many people had more time on their hands. And people, including Jehovah's Witnesses, some of them got to finish their thoughts and came up with the, I don't think I'm wanting to be a part of this kind of thoughts, okay? Then there was other situations, which, by the way, I remember very well, therapists saying, before it came time for the suggested shelter in place because of this pandemic, therapists were saying, just call us. They didn't say how much it was going to cost. They didn't say any of that. They said, just call us. Why? Because they knew that when people spent too much time together, they get on each other's nerves and fights and stuff will happen that ordinarily wouldn't have happened when somebody's gone at work for 8 hours a day and, they didn't have all that time together to get on each other's nerves. Then there were some people that were really missing the socializing aspect. And sheltering in place was not good for their psyche, to not be able to associate with people. It was as though I'm telling you, when we were going through this, it was like being back in the org for me, okay? I was self-isolating. That's what I was trained to do as a kid, growing up in this org, self-isolate. Of course, at this time, during the pandemic, it was for a different reason than it wasn't bad associations plus useful habits. It was for a different reason. And some people chose to do that and some people did not. And I'm not trying to say anybody should have done anything. I'm just saying what my experience was like, So, yeah, there was that.
Man, Linda, thank God those times are over.
Oh, my God,
it was a terrible, weird time. And when I woke up during 2021 was during the COVID thing and all that. So it was a very bizarre time to wake up from Jehovah's Witnesses, but a lot of people did wake up at that time.
Yes.
One thing I will say though is I am sure the hell looking forward to the meetup next weekend in Las Vegas.
That's so awesome.
And when I'm out there next Saturday, I'll try to call into your show and go live. Maybe me and I know Stefan from Six Screens and a few other people are going to be in Las Vegas. So
yeah, that would be really awesome.
That'll be really cool if I could call on your show next week with a group.
And make sure to ask them all or let them all know. I mean, I'm sure you already know this, but sometimes when people show up at a gathering like that, some of them don't want their identity seen. Okay, so give them the announcement. I'm thinking about doing this, and this is in case you want to put your camera on and show people. But let them know that if you don't want to be in this, you got to go to the sides, or let me know so I don't.
Definitely. I'll get people their anonymity and their privacy and all that. Definitely.
Yes.
But okay. I will, even if it's just me, I'll come back next week and let you know how the meetup was going and all that. But I'm sure there'll be a few of us on here that will come on here and speak to you guys and let you know how the meetup's going. I'm really looking forward to it. I can't wait.
I am too.
Yeah.
I am too. Yeah. So number
I
4.
was talking to Jerron, and he told me, he's like, I thought there was maybe like about 11 of us going, and he told me no, there's at least 22 people going, but maybe more. So it's going to be a pretty big meetup.
Right on.
He said
Right
maybe even
on.
upwards of like over 30 people. So I'm like, wow.
Okay. And I hear you're going to be bringing Keith with you. Yes?
Well, I
Possibly.
haven't heard from him, so I don't know. My car is open to if he wants to ride with me.
Okay.
It's open, but he knows the dates, and I got my room, and I told him where I'm staying and all that, and but
Okay.
I haven't heard from him in about a week or so. So I don't really know.
Okay.
I would love for him to go, and like he's a great guy, but I haven't heard from him. So
Yeah, so it's
who
not
knows? Maybe he'll call me tomorrow or Monday and just say, "Hey, I got my room and that." But yeah, he wanted to ride with me and stuff, but you know,
okay.
he's open to ride with me.
Yeah, definitely.
Be leaving here from Palmdale, California on Thursday. So
Yeah, so audience, I'm in Southern California and JP is like Central California, yes?
I'm like in Palmdale, so it's about 45 minutes to an hour north of Los Angeles, like downtown LA, depending on the traffic. So
Okay.
not quite central, but yeah, just a little north. I'm at the tail end of LA County.
Yeah.
Basically, if you go 15, 20 minutes past where I live on the freeway, you'll be exiting LA County and entering Kern County. So
Okay.
I live in LA County, but right on the tip end of it.
And I
But
grew
I'm
up in
just about,
Los
yeah, I'm
Angeles
about
County.
45 minutes to an hour north of downtown Los Angeles.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, definitely. I'm looking forward to hearing from you.
Yeah.
Let's go into you know
Where
what I
are
think
we, Linda James? Was that behavior control number 4, did you say?
yeah, let's do number 4 tonight and then if we're up to it, we can just talk about whatever subjects come up. And number 4 is control types of clothing and hairstyles.
Ooh.
I don't know, JP. Were you allowed to have your mustache the way it is today?
I was just going to say, oh, hairstyles, my goodness. You know, it all started back in the early 2000s before I could even grow a legitimate mustache. But the elders were always hounding me and all that just for having, lower sideburns or chops, because that was the style I liked. And I even remember specifically the elder telling me, he's like, we know you like to have your sideburns and your chops. He's like, let's just try to keep them above the ears. And I obeyed that, and I look back now, where does it say in the Bible that you need to keep your sideburns above the ears,
Yeah. It's
Old brother
really...
Helzer.
You remember his name. That's funny.
Oh, his name was, I'm going to say his name, and I love this brother to death, even to this day, because when he disfellowshipped me, after he disfellowshipped me, and I returned to the org, he always apologized to my mom. He always says, I was very hard on Jerry or JP. I was very hard. I think we disfellowshipped him too soon, and we didn't give him a chance. And then, Linda, when I got reinstated, the whole reinstatement process was worse than being disfellowshipped. Because when I got disfellowshipped, I told the elders I wanted to be disfellowshipped. I was a teenager. I was partying with friends. I was hanging out with worthy people. And the elders pleaded with me. They wanted me to, not get disfellowshipped. They wanted to work. I knew they were going to disfellowship me anyways. But I was like, no, I don't want to be a hypocrite because I have worldly friends. I'm going to parties. I
my
like to
God.
smoke a cigarette every now and then. And back then, that's what I did. And I told the elders. And then I remember one of the elders telling me, well, don't you think you're a hypocrite for doing all this against Jehovah?
Against
And I said, no,
Jehovah.
because I don't want to put a bad name on Jehovah. And what they told me back then, I remember the elders saying, okay, well, we're going to disfellowship you, not because we wanted to, but because you asked for us to do that, which
Oh,
is very rare. That's what they told me. But we're
Yes,
going to
that's what I've
disfellowship
heard
you
too.
because you requested it. You're not willing to work with us and all that. And then the one elder, last thing he told me, he said, you know, I've known you since you were 5 years old. And I just want to tell you that the rest of your life isn't going to go so good until you return to Jehovah. Everything's going to go bad for you.
That's
And I said,
almost
okay,
a
brother Pavovarov, I believe that. And you know what? They were right. I did
yeah.
and
have a bad life. It wasn't because of Watchtower. I did end up getting reinstated and returning to the org and all that. And then I left later, but
Tell me why you said that getting reinstated process was like worse. What did you experience?
well, to be quite honest, when I had the judicial committee for when I was going to get disfellowshipped, I was pretty much playing cat and mouse with the elders. I'd quit
Okay.
going to meetings when I was 16 because I wouldn't say I was a rebellious teenager. I didn't do anything wrong. My senior year, I had a 4.0 almost, and I graduated perfectly. I had a job when I was 16. I was driving to school. I had a work permit, a license. I was driving to school, which a lot of
Me
teenagers
too.
weren't doing that.
Me
And I
too.
quit going to meetings too. And when I got disfellowship, I just told the elders I didn't want to be a witness anymore, and technically they should have disassociated me. You know what I mean, Linda? But the
Yes.
elders loved me so much that they wanted to try to work with me, but I was very, dug in. And I was like, no, I don't want to be a witness. So they're like, okay, well, we're going to have to disfellowship you.
How old were you at that time?
At that time, I was 19. And I think when I returned, I was 23.
Okay.
So when I returned, I had submitted a letter to the elders in my congregation, letting them know that I had a desire to return to the organization. So that letter got to them, and then they started the reinstatement process. And the reinstatement process consisted of 2 meetings, and both meetings were about 2 hours each. And it was nothing that I had expected going into a reinstatement meeting, because what these elders proceeded to do was, instead of just reinstating me and knowing that I was repentant, they wanted to know everything that I had done in the last 3 or 4 years since I had gone disfellowshipped. And I told these elders everything that I had done. And it just started to, well, very simply, the first meeting was, oh, why did you leave? And what was your experience out in the world? So I spilled all the guts. And then later it came, well, was there any fornication that happened, in the years that you've been out? And I was like, well, yeah, of course. Oh, whom was it with?
Oh my God.
And
yeah,
does
they
she live
want
in
that
this? They want to know,
information.
does she live in their town? What is her name? And does anybody know her? Would anybody know her? If we were to reinstate you, is there anything that you might have done when you weren't a witness that would reflect in the community, or anybody that would know that you wouldn't be an upstanding witness? All this stuff.
Wow.
And I was happy at that time to get reinstated, but looking back now, it was a total teardown of my character, everything that I have done. And then they tried to attempt to build me up, but when I realized what they did, it was just taking down a bunch of records and stuff of my life, because when I was meeting with these elders, they were writing everything on yellow legal pads and all that, and putting it probably in the congregation records. So I almost feel like now, I mean, I've just faded. I'm not disfellowshipped or disassociated, but I almost feel like I want to request them to submit my records over to me, because I don't want them knowing anything that happened in my past in the congregation records.
Yeah.
Because I think it's a law that somebody, at least in California, that somebody cannot harvest records of an individual in their private possession, or there's
Yes.
some kind of a law like that.
JP, how
And
long ago
I
was
could
it?
ask that, but I think honestly, like Watchtower, they have so much control over the law, and that they'll figure out a way to overcome that. What were you saying, Matthew?
Yeah, I just wanted to interject there, JP, because you've raised an important point. Were you part of a Bethel, or is this just a local congregation where this record was made? Because I want to put your mind to rest.
No, this is just a local congregation. It felt like a judicial meeting, but it was pretty much, when I got reinstated, I met twice with three
Yeah,
elders. And when I met with these three elders, I pretty much admitted everything I had ever done
that's fine.
since I had been disfellowshipped. There was nothing, no welcoming back to the org and that.
Yeah.
And even after that, it still took several weeks just to get myself reinstated.
How long ago was this?
I would say this is probably in the early 2000s. I would say around 2005 or so. So about 20 years ago. Yeah.
I strongly doubt that record exists.
Hmm.
And I'll tell you why, because I was asked to destroy records, right? So a record like that, 2000, I can't say definitely for that particular congregation, because they might have their own policy or anything like that. But I remember an order from the top-down control from the Bethel, from the branch, saying that records had to be destroyed. They didn't want anything to that was there that sounds like your kind of information to be there, that there could be a data audit that was ordered for these satellite congregations. That would just complicate matters. So they told secretaries and they told elders, start destroying these files. So in your particular case, yes, I suppose you could ask for your personal information, but it sounds like, I don't want to say 100%, because there's always the possibility that somebody might have been negligent and kept it, but it sounds to me like your information's been destroyed long ago. I wouldn't. And besides, the way I listen to you and I listen to your spiritual development, you far past this. You're ahead. You're light years past this now anyway. This doesn't have to be affecting you unless you really want to make it a quest, but I think it's a long shot. I don't believe that information's still there. But of course,
I'm not really worried about it at all. It doesn't personally affect me, but it's just humiliation process of what I went through, because even when I did, they asked, "Oh, was there any time that there is a fornication that you did when when you were disfellowshipped?" Which to me, what does that even matter? I was disfellowshipped at that time, but they wanted to know, and they wanted to know who I had sex with, and how. They were asking me how many times in that, and how long were you staying here. I'm like, I don't remember. Like, I don't, I don't make a tally of like that. And then whether you had a orgasm or a climax, and whether you were using a contraceptive or protection. And at the time, I always was. So they were like, okay, so you don't think, basically, what I can see is what they were doing was they were trying to protect the congregation or the organization's name. They were like, well, you're sure like there wouldn't be any child like that came out of this, or anything that you did when you were in the world, or that. They're asking me, any of the people that you had any kind of sexual relations or dating or anything, do they live in town? Do they live in the city? Would it be somebody like, if we were going on the ministry, that it would affect the friends or that, or we come into contact with them? I mean, it was so deep. It
Wow.
was unbelievable.
Wow.
And
If you had it over again, how would you deal with it? I think you've already made peace with it, isn't it?
I would never go through that, my friend.
Yeah.
Like,
There we
it's
go.
none of their business.
Yep.
For one, if it were a true Christian church, just my repentance and my desire to return to the quote unquote organization or that church would have been enough. And,
Yes.
on Jesus Christ's blood, that should have been enough for that church, from what Christ did, for my repentance of my sin. But no, they wanted to know everything.
Yes.
So that's kind of why, and I feel you, my friend Matt. Like, I do let it go, but I do know somewhere in some Kingdom Hall that they have, just like millions and millions of Jehovah's Witnesses. They have, like, Scientology and all those other churches.
Yes.
They have all these confessions and admits of things that you've done that you're not happy with, not proud of, and they hold that in the records, almost like a prize, a pride in that, as or look at
Yes.
you, we hold your sin and your guilt
Yep.
in that, and I just hate that, bro.
Yes,
But I'm
you're
gonna
right.
just let it go, because I know the watchtower is gonna crumble, and fail as it is.
It's a different dynamic in the local congregations, and it sounds to me like that was just a local congregation. You're talking about the yellow pads and things like that. They eventually couldn't afford to keep that information locally. They couldn't do it because if now you had whistleblowers and it getting to police level and investigations and things like this, it actually became an incredible liability. Because if I just look at some of the congregations that I served and where I had to destroy information, oh my goodness, they cannot afford to keep that information. It's bad enough that they have the records in Bethel and put things into data havens. But in your situation, it's I would be so surprised if that still exists. What you've gone through, yes, it's hell, and but the way that you've put it about confessing with Christ and faith, yeah, you passed it. You so passed it. That's light. You're light years ahead now. Telling you.
Hey, thank you, Matt. I appreciate that, and I appreciate you giving me the insight about the elders, destroying those records. I'm pretty confident they would. Like, that's one thing that gives me comfort, is they didn't just screw my life and go past my boundaries and take illegal records of my most intimate and private things in my life that nobody should have known except myself and the lover that I was with. and to make records of it, that's terrible. But to know that it's happened not only to me, but millions of Jehovah's Witnesses, that gives me strength. It's like they just didn't screw with me. It was us. And us is a bigger army than they are now. So that's why they're changing what they do. But it's only a matter of time to where all their bullying and all their misdoings and all that, it's catching up to them, and we're going to see that. But yeah, thanks, Matt, for saying that. And yeah, I'm not too terribly worried about it because I know they've done that to millions of Jehovah's, not only on them disfellowshipping people, but I was trying to get reinstated. So that shows me the sleaziness of their organization to keep those records.
Yep.
Of people who are trying to come back to God, really repentant and all that, literally trying to get back your family, your friends, trying to survive Armageddon, the end of the world. I thought I wasn't going to survive the end of the world if I didn't tell them all my bullshit that they asked me.
They held your life and death in their choice.
Yeah. But
And
thanks, man.
There is another crappy element.
It's always bothered me, but I think, like you said, just let it go. It doesn't really matter. I mean, even what are they going to do with that shit?
Well, look,
it's
nothing. Bad enough that there is a living memory of it, because as witnesses, even though it's not written down, it exists in somebody's subconscious, which shouldn't be there because it's it's private information. Humans need to have a boundary and they need to have privacy, right, for their intimate things. I mean, you even look at animals out in the bush in Africa. When it comes to coitus, they go off into the bush, they separate themselves from the herd and all of this kind of stuff. That happens. Look, different animals in different ways, but humans, we do know that they need to have some kind of boundary, and they do need to have some kind of separation for all of these intimate little details and things like that. It's nobody's business. But here's the thing, JP, that, okay, I'm going to have to give you a personal testament. In my confessions, in my sharing my embarrassments and my private thoughts and intimate things, all right, what I discovered was this: your top tiers have got the worst secrets, the worst things going on. I mean, you want the imagination to go wild, let it go wild. And that's what's come out now. Through the honesty of these kind of conversations, humanity, society can't hold this anymore. It's this truth is like holding up a candle, or it's holding up a torch, or a halogen lamp, actually, to what's actually going on. And the persons that had the most to lose and put in all of these kind of protections, you're finding that it exposes the worst about them. So yes, unfortunately, there's a living memory, perhaps, in some of these elders of your intimate things. But actually, what's being revealed is your top tiers had, in order to come where they are. You know, there's this. It's been twisted. The person who has been forgiven much loves more. Well, the guys with the worst secrets, because their hand is in the cookie jar, and to slap each other, that's the loyalty thing that is keeping it all running, because we all know your dirty, intimate things, and we use that as emotional blackmail, which you referred to the Scientology thing, and it's that kind of dynamic in all sorts of organizations, not just one particular religion, you know. But that's why I say, I think, you know, as you're talking about it, it's disintegrating. In fact, it's gone already. I can actually hear in you that it has gone, because the guys who actually inflicted the worst kind of psychological abuse upon us are carrying terrible things that they have done. You know, that there is the scripture, I'm going to refer to it. You know, they say, and you were doing all of these things, things like these, hey? Things like these, but you've been forgiven, you've been washed clean in the blood of the Lamb. But it gives the list of all of the terrible atrocities. Well, guess what? The guys who have made it so stifling to function spiritually, to let our intuition out, or to let us have these OBEs, out of body experiences like you described. Yeah, they are carrying the most oppressive things ever and inflicting it upon you because they've got all the experience. It's eyes wide shut. That's what it is. So yeah, it's gone. I can hear just in the way that you're talking that thing is dissipated. Yeah, so your information got out. But you want to know something? You have a right to talk about your own testament. And you've spoken about it. You've said, oh yeah, I slept around, or I did these, and embarrassed about it. Well, guess what? It's dissipated because that was your learning experience, which got you to where you are now, which is why you're able to talk like you are and identify the fourth turning and the psychohistory, which we're all benefiting from, and we're realizing as a society, that's how we're going to move forward. So yeah, you're in a good place. There's embarrassment.
Wow, Matt, thank you, Matt. That really meant a lot. It made a lot of sense what you were saying. Thank you.
You're going to be okay, JP. And I'm telling you, you're helping me. I'm sitting here, like I said to Linda James, I said, I'm like a fly in milk because I'm hearing the truth. I'm going, for God's sake, will somebody tell me the truth? Will somebody face up to this thing and take responsibility, please? Now, how come you're acting as the elder that I needed? How come?
Wow. Yeah. See, we were told.
No, you're right. This is the best healing show. You can't come out of Linda James' show without feeling better. You know, after you listen and hear her show and experience the whole life, it really is a healing experience for all of us. Whether you call in or not, you're in the comments or you're just listening. There's somebody that's going to listen here in the future and be like, I get it. I know.
Yep. You know what happens
exactly
when you suppress the story? Yeah. When you suppress the story, that's when you get the German Hamburg problem. Linda James knows what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah.
When you suppress it, that's what occurs. The guy goes postal.
Exactly.
And takes out the Kobe and takes out the innocent. That's a disaster. And I go, how can you wash your hands of that guilt? You know that you created that situation. You contributed towards that situation. I talk to the world's, I would say, the leading best criminologists on the planet. I've got that privilege, right? And you know what they say to me? I have a defense attorney who says to me, you know, Matt, you know what I do? I don't advise my clients to get out of jail if they are the worst criminal on the planet. He says that's unethical. He says I tell them what their rights are. And he says the way that he rationalizes being a defense attorney is he says, I'm there to facilitate one thing, and that is to get the story out. And I hear it in South Africa with the magistrates, and I go, well, South Africa is a loony bin of cartels running the show, all right? And I hear the magistrates in South Africa, if you want to say the worst legal mess, all right? And I hear them say this to a guy who's going to go to prison for 20, 30 years. I hear them say this. Is there anything in your story that you haven't been able to get out? Take your time.
Wow.
This is South Africa. Yeah. Because they're knowing that if they're going to heal this nation, as bad as it is, they have to follow this truth and reconciliation. They have to do it because we are going to just implode. We are going to cut this place into pieces. And so, yeah, look, you've got a divided government. You've got people saying, oh, we should keep the secrets. And then you've got this disclosure thing going on. But I believe in my heart of hearts, or I'm working towards it. Let's put it this way. I'm working towards this idea. Let's get the stories out. Let's get the truth out. Let's let people talk. JP, open your mouth. Tell us your story. Because that's the only way we're going to heal. That's our only hope. That what's it, the fourth turning? That's the only way we're going to get through.
And as much as Matthew is talking about how good that is to do, when someone wants to tell their story and they don't feel ready yet, that's okay. When they're ready, they can share, and they might never share. But it's not something to. You don't have an obligation to share your story, but when you do, there are benefits from it, and that's what Matthew and JP are talking about, and we're listening to, two brothers just, really being encouraging to each other. And I love to hear men do that with each other, to just be for each other and encouraging to each other. I love that. Absolutely love that. But yeah,
Linda,
don't let anybody can make you have a sense of obligation to share your story.
You're talking about having the right to have a boundary, isn't it, Linda?
Yes, correct.
Yes. So that's an important thing as well. If you're not ready, that's also your right. We shouldn't have to extract it and shove you into some chair with your eyeballs open and going through the Clockwork Orange experience,
Right.
Because that's a violation as well. That's against natural law.
Mm-hmm. And the reason I'm saying it is, like, as I'm listening to Shaq talk about the elders asked him questions, he freely answered to them. We were trained to, if we're asked a question, we answer it honestly. And we don't necessarily have to answer every question that every person asks us. Sometimes we do get to say things like, yeah, I'm not willing to talk to you about that today, maybe another time. There's things we were trained to feel obligated to have to tell people, and today we just don't have to. It's why I'm talking about it. JP has it in his mind today that he knows he doesn't have to, but at that time we were so indoctrinated to answer those that we considered spiritual leaders of us, and these were elders. We were trained that the Holy Spirit placed them there. Answering to them was almost like answering to Jehovah. And today, if you have the mindset that they're not your spiritual leaders, and you find yourself somewhere someday and they're asking you questions, you can shift that in your mind to not have to answer them.
Yeah.
And you can be respectful back to them, and say certain things, or, you don't have to be maybe saying anything that's on your mind at the moment, but there's ways you can come up with terminology and stuff that you might want to think ahead of time. Let's say you're getting ready to go to a funeral. A family member died, and you're going to be back around the brothers and sisters that you used to be around. They might shun you, they might not. But inevitably, an elder will say, come over here, please. Come over here, please. And they might ask you some questions that are intrusive, and you might have answered a good 3, 4, or 5, and then you hear one that's too intrusive. You can even say something, I'm going to pass on that one. Anything else?
Yeah.
And it's not being rude or disrespectful to them, but you are saying, you are protecting yourself, So
yeah, let me back you up there, Linda, if I can. You've come across Stargate, right? If I tell you about the Stargate program that Congress funded, you know what I'm talking about?
No.
So there's a whole thing. Who's that? Is that you, JP?
I started to ask you something, and I was asking, does it have anything to do with Elon Musk or anything with that he's put together?
So that's a new thing, right? But so Stargate, around about 70s, that was SRI, Harold Puthoff, Russell Targ, Paul Smith, PhD. So they set up basically psychic spies, saying, let's use our intuition to spy on Russia, for instance. you know. So you're talking about people who would use. Okay, let me ground it in some sort of reality. You know how you might be sitting in a room and you can sense somebody staring at you from behind, Linda James,
Oh
and
yeah.
and you look around. Hey, this is giving me the creeps.
Mhm.
Okay, so that is what they call primal gaze detection. And we see it in nature, we experience it. So you had think tanks that were coming together and saying, well, how can we finally tune that sense to, let's say, for instance, police work, a missing child, or somebody who has said that they've put a bomb on a plane or something like this. And we're stuck. We've got a phone call that there's a threat. And what do? The only thing we can do is get together persons who've got this intuition, this finely tuned primal gaze detection, for a very simplistic illustration that I'm giving you, or segue into it. And they trained these people up to work with police and to work with Congress, and they called it Stargate. And yeah, so why am I telling you this? I'm telling you this because
I'm all ears.
Because though it's declassified now, and we realize how much the United States plowed into it, right? And we can see the results, we can see what they found, we can see their failure rate, because they would work towards 80 to 90% success. You're always going to have a failure rate, because that's nature, right? Though it's been declassified now, and you can have a Zoom meeting or a StreamYard meeting like this and talk with these people now, all right? And they will tell you about how religious systems have damaged our intuitive abilities, and they'll say, Linda James, I can spot this ability in you, and JP, your out of body experience. Guess what? We'll connect you with someone like Bigelow, and we will put you into a centrifuge like NASA, and you'll have those experiences again, or we'll connect you to the intuitive network or whatever. They can see where you've been suppressed with these abilities very, very quickly, right? And they are incredible people to talk with, and they will talk with you candidly. But here's a limit. Even though it's declassified, a lot of it's declassified now, all right? They cannot share everything with you. And so, like Linda James says, even if there's an intimate thing that they're burning to tell you, I find that they still keep truthful and they keep transparent to the degree possible, but eventually you might have something like this. I'm sorry, I want to share this with you, but I'm unable to do it for a couple of reasons. One, it might be a non-disclosure agreement. It might have a knock-on effect and it might harm other people. Or it might be too graphic, because when you develop these abilities, you see not just our sacred nature, you also see our most profane nature as well. And there's some things that, as humans, unless you are very specially trained to deal with the worst part of our darkest, grittiest, terrible nature, you can't actually speak about it, because we as humans, we have a natural aversion to it. It's like the soldier who's told, get into the trench and shoot your human target. He's going to miss, because you have to have that training to actually be an effective soldier. So it's that kind of thing that's involved. So the boundary, what I'm trying to say to you is I want to say some of the top minds you could ever meet on this planet. I'm not exaggerating. They are exceptional people, really exceptional people. They are fighting for rights that a lot of people have no idea about. And I am deeply moved by these people. But even then, though they've got so much to share, and you know it because you've worked with them, all right? You see what they're trying to do and the justice that they are seeking. Even then, they say, I've got to stop. I can't share that with you. Not because I don't want to, but it's because that is the boundary that is required, and they've come to terms with it. And it's taught me something, because it teaches me I don't have to feel inadequate. I don't have to always expose.
Yes.
What is it? I saw something that was titillating the other day or something, and now I've got to confess it. Linda James, guess what? In all its lousy detail, I've got to tell you, please, it's through Jesus Christ, am I forgiven now? Please.
I'll
No,
write it down on my pad, my yellow pad. I'll be taking notes.
So I've learned that, and these are our best psychologists on the planet, our very, very best. These are the people that are teaching the universities. It's the future. The future psychologists are learning from these people.
Is AI involved?
Yeah, you can't separate it. There's a whole AI war. And in fact, it's our detriment and it's our salvation. It's both. You've got these two polarities of AI. You've got like a freedom AI, and you've got an oppressive AI. This war between it. Yeah, you got it.
Okay. Yeah, that's usually not something that's ordinary people find out about. And some people might think it's so strange they might not think it even exists, and some people might find out about it and think for sure it exists. Either way, it's up to you. I tell everybody when I do the show, what I say or what anybody else says, if it rings true to you, great. And if it doesn't, take what you like and leave the rest. The things said here is not necessarily said that you have to believe them, but
yeah.
What's
it?
Hey, Linda, Matthew, I just want to let you guys know I'm gonna tuck into bed now and all that. But it was good hanging out with you guys on the show, and
thank you for joining us.
I really enjoy the discussion and all that. Thank you, Matthew, for everything you said. It really makes sense, and I understand everything you're coming from. So thank you. And you guys have a wonderful evening and the rest of the show. I love you guys.
I love you too, buddy.
Sending you guys love for sure.
Thank you.
And hopefully, Linda, I'll be calling you next week from Las Vegas.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
We'll talk then. And I'll be listening to your show on my speaker till I fall asleep.
I love that.
Love you guys. Have a good night. Bye.
I love you too. Sleep well, relax, and enjoy your cuddling up. Yeah,
thank you.
I'm going to get my last word in there. I really enjoyed JP's presence there. Linda James, very, very upholding. Really appreciated that.
I really enjoy him too. This is fascinating what you've talked about the Stargate. It's very, very, very fascinating. And
it was codenamed Flame Girl as well. There was a few other code names, but you'll notice that like the Bethels were incorporating some of those things as well. As it got more declassified and more information, the Bethels were, because they've always wanted to have the seer kind of foresight, but they always buggered it up, didn't they? Because as soon as you look at the future, it changes.
Flamethrower? Is that what you said? Flamethrower?
Flame Girl. It's just a code name, that's all. But it was called Stargate or Flame Girl.
Okay.
But
I'm welcoming Natasha.
It's not top secret anymore. It's been declassified. I mean, that information is available to a large extent, and we're seeing more and more people applying that information and getting results. That's the incredible thing. People are realizing, oh, we've got these abilities. Yes, you've got these abilities. Apply them.
Interesting.
If you don't believe in it, try it. Hello, Natasha.
Natasha, have you met Matthew? I'm not hearing you, Natasha, because you're muted.
I just unmute myself. No, I never met him.
Matthew, this is Natasha. Natasha, this is Matthew.
Hello, Natasha Peters, is it?
Hello. How are you
Yes.
doing?
Nice to meet you. Where are you calling from?
I'm in British Columbia, Canada.
Okay. And how's your weather then?
Oh, it's wet.
It's wet. It's been raining.
No, it's nice.
Oh, okay.
It stops raining all the time, like everybody says. Now we have nice temperature.
Oh,
I'm
good.
going camping pretty soon. I'm gonna go for what do you call it? A quad ride Sunday.
Very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it is. I
I
just
know.
wanted to see that we are all different, and it there's lots of differences between a person that just left or left recently than a person that left 30 years ago.
Yes, this is true.
Yeah, and I admire Linda's patience with everybody, whatever the context is. She's my model. I should have that patience. Sadly, I don't have it.
That's so funny. I should have that patience. That's great.
Yeah,
I
no,
love
I
it.
should. But I don't. Yeah, I
that's
don't have the patience. But I admire it. Come on,
Thank you.
Puss, get out of there. Get down.
She's talking to her
Down.
cat. You're talking to
Yeah,
your
I'm
cat?
sorry. My cat was sitting on the middle of the table there.
Ah,
I just put a new tablecloth on it, so he had to sit on it, right?
that's right. They got to break it in.
It's the
And
middle of
cats,
the table.
cats, of course, know their gods. You know, they have this attitude of like, well, I'm here to be worshipped. But what's wrong with you?
I don't know what's going on in his head, but I'm sure he thinks that I should think like an Egyptian.
Think like an Egyptian.
Not
Yeah,
walk Egyptian.
I know, right? We're showing our age. This is a song like from back when we were younger.
I know. That's why I said that. I knew you were gonna
Walk
get
like an
the
Egyptian.
joke. Yeah.
Yep.
Natasha, can I ask you a question?
Yes.
What do you think about this behavioral control? Did it trigger anything in you as we were talking?
Lots of things, but yeah, lots of things. But you know, I was abused in the cult in many ways. Sexually abused since I was born. And I was abused like by my parents, beaten, mostly by my father, but sometimes my mom too. He had weapons to beat us. So yes, behavior control, yeah, it was a big thing. You know, my father was not the kind that's gonna beat you at the back of the Kingdom Hall because it was too much for any GW to watch.
Ah,
He was
okay.
waiting till we got home and then beat us up with his weapons. Just the 3 first one. My little sister didn't get it.
I understand. My
But she was abused. She was abused sexually from 0 to 5 years old when we moved here in Canada. Because that all happened in Belgium. My father still beating us in Canada too. But the sexual abuser was in Belgium. But I saw them. I could smell him miles away. There was at least 2 in every congregation I went, 2 pedophiles. At
wow.
least. That's the ones I was sure. And one of them got in jail.
Okay.
He was an elder. He was the elder that told me that because I DA myself, I disassociated myself. And the elder that told me that, the verse, my eyes gonna rotten their sockets and stuff.
Oh yes. Oh yes.
Yeah, he was a pedophile.
I think
How
that's
nice.
one of the most
How nice
detestable
of him.
things. Yes. Your dead corpse
Guess
will
what
be
you're gonna
will
get,
be
dude?
the birds will be eating out your eyeballs. Yes.
Guess what karma's gonna get to you.
It's a real,
Yeah.
a real visual of it just, I mean, that's traumatizing right there. It's I think that's just abuse. Whether you're saying it to a child or an adult, but even more so as a child.
Yes, it is. We were. It was kind of normal, someone that left the society,
That's right.
the organization was going through that. I suck it, rotten the eyes and stuff like that. But
Paradise Lost, Paradise Regained. It was like an orange or Pepto Bismol pink book.
oh yeah,
Talked
I
about
had
that.
that one. Oh my
Yeah,
goodness,
me
yeah,
too.
I had that. From
Mhm.
Paradise Lost to Paradise Regained.
Yeah. Yeah, I read about that. We're going to be responsible for cleaning up all the dead bodies after Armageddon if we make it through, right? But don't worry, it's not going to take all that long because the animals and the birds and stuff will have eaten part of the flesh. It's not going to weigh that much. But you guys are going to be the ones responsible to clean up the mess.
But
That's going to take
be
about 3 years.
responsible for the bones and the blood that's spilled, and yeah.
This was stuff we read in a book that was like for children. Before the yellow book came out, it was that one, Paradise Lost, Paradise Returned.
I wish I could find that one. Do you have it?
I don't have it, but I can look for it and send you probably maybe a PDF form, maybe a PDF
Oh, I would
version.
like that. I
Yeah.
installed a PDF reader on my phone, so yes, I would like that.
I had made a
Oh,
video.
yeah.
Matter of fact, it's a video that's in a bunch of different videos that I put together talking about the Watchtower still being involved with the United Nations. And within those videos, I did put some of that book in there, explaining like how we had been indoctrinated.
I don't remember those videos.
It's like it's like a whole playlist of maybe, I don't know. But the last one is the last one that is on that playlist. You'll see Philip Brumley, who is a lawyer with the Organization of Jehovah's Witnesses, rubbing elbows with other people within the government, a portion of the government, that is very much closely associated to the United Nations. And that's why I put
Yeah,
it together.
yeah,
Of
They
course.
were,
still,
they were asking for
yeah,
help. I'm sorry to interrupt. They were asking for help for those in Russia that were being persecuted because they were
well,
being persecuted, you know?
but they're still in the UN, in Europe. They're still well in it.
Yes.
Do you
That's
know
exactly.
what's
That's
his
the route.
name? It's Jimmy. Jimmy and the two other guys. There's that trio. Jimmy Bell.
Yes.
He had the circuit overseer coming to his house
I
with an
remember that
elder.
video. Yes, I remember it very
And,
well. So Matthew,
and that
this guy Jimmy
circuit
Bell,
overseer said to him, "We are still in the United States, in the UN,
yep,
United States, the UN
that's
in
right. He copped to it. See,
Europe."
he copped to it when Jimmy Bell walked away, but Jimmy Bell
Yeah,
still had a cell phone on the table that was recording it. So it was two elders talking together.
I know.
No, I think he admitted it to Jimmy Bell too. I'll try to find
Yeah,
that video.
he did admit to it to Jimmy, but that was a second. It was
Yes.
not the two elders. It was with the circuit overseer.
Okay.
Let,
Yeah.
let me catch what was the admission? United Nations connection.
Yes.
Yeah, in Europe they're still in.
So
Yeah.
JW
remember,
is still part of the UN in Europe.
Yeah, but even on the United Nations show the connection. They transparent about it.
yes.
Yeah, they're
But-
Yeah,
transparent about it.
but the cult is not.
Correct. The cult said, "Oh, we were just there for a library card. Darling, I got a library card from the UN, and I'm just a grandma here in Southern California. Anybody can get a library card for the UN."
So they say that the official thing was for a library card. Well,
Yes.
they told us it was like license. They said it's any yeah, they're just saying that these are the people that are in control. So it's like getting a license. So if you need if you need property or you need land, you go to a municipality, right?
Oh, I see. Okay.
So they're just going, well, this is the same kind of thing. That's the same kind of relationship, but we don't explain it that way because it's on a need-to-know basis. Oh, there we go. That's what the coordinator used to say. He used to say this. He used to say this to his own wife because his wife used to say to him, "Oh, but honey, you never told me about this." And he used to say, "Baby, because it's a need to know, and you didn't need to know." Yeah.
Exactly, like the elders book.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, but I think I don't think that thing is so clandestine now. It's so out in the open. There can't be denial about it because the evidence is. This is the thing about the internet. You've got two factors. The internet records everything, right? And the
Yes.
second thing is AI can index everything. It can go through the whole lot so quickly now. And that's the big scare factor because they're saying, look, unless it's a controlled AI where we've put in our own ethics program to control how it can rummage through everything, that's the problem. We don't want to put that kind of power into people's hands. But if you've got an offline AI and you've got your own think tank AI system, it can, right now, it can compete with other AIs. You can look into all kinds of information and you think it's not being used in the organization. It absolutely is. Oh,
It
yes.
is before we got it for free out here, yeah. As a citizen, yeah. Yes.
That's why they reduced all the writing staff. The writing staff, you go to the renovations here, just in this branch here. Okay, we see all the fancy pants renovations. And the brother who's taking me on tour, he's going, let me show you something.
Where are you?
I'm at
Where
the
are
Cape
you?
of Good Hope Peninsula. Cape of Good Hope.
Where is that? In the
But
States?
as far south as you can get on the African continent.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
You know what I just remembered a few
Okay.
minutes ago while you were talking, Matthew, is Angus Stewart, the lawyer, which they called him something else during the Australian Royal
Oh,
Commission.
I love him.
I love him too. He's my boyfriend. I've
He's
decided
mine
I'm in love
too.
with him. I know he has a wife, but he's my boyfriend. So because I
Yeah.
just had admiration for him, right? So he after he did that, I heard that he was going to go to South Africa, and he was looking forward to like becoming a judge of some sort. So he might be out there in your neck of the woods,
Oh my goodness.
Matthew.
I
He
have
knew
all
his
kinds of people in
Bible.
my neck of the woods. I have Bill Gates down here. I have Prince William down here. Who else rocked up? Yeah, I had Prince William recently. Bill Gates walking around down here. So they all come through here,
Okay.
and some of them are royalty of the black. Some of the most, yeah. You know about black royalty, eh?
No, I just can imagine the
Yeah,
royalty
so
with
they all.
within
So
that
remember,
culture.
so this is one of the 33rd degrees. So we've got on the planet. You've got so where Israel, where all the upheaval is here, that's a 33rd degree. But through Cape Town, you've got 33 degrees coming this way. You've got latitude and longitude. Which one is which? Okay, but you've got 33 degrees. So we on this peninsula in Blouberg, that's where the 33rd degree is. So they call this a planetary chakra.
Interesting. Okay.
So these guys come down here, Prince Willie walking around, and Bill Gates over here on this side. They walk around, and they're attracted to this place.
Where is
Okay.
Elon Musk?
I didn't, it did cross my mind, but I can't remember for sure, so I'm not going to comment on that. But I can talk about Bill, and I can talk about William. And I can talk about what this Navy does here, because
What Navy?
we've got the BRICS alliance, Brazil, Russia, India, China. So
Yeah.
that is basically trade. So does it happen with monetary transactions, or it happens with trade? So, of course, doing my ministry here, I go to these most isolated areas and see the most expensive cars parked out of the most derelict places. And I go, well,
Wow.
there's money here. So what do? You follow the money. What's the transactions? And you're knocking on the
Yeah.
houses, and who comes to the door but physicists, nuclear physicists.
Wow.
So this is why they had to do away with the S8s, because we were just gathering this incredible information about what's really going on. So we saw the fissionable material, the nuclear physicists, all these kind of guys. That was going on. Then the medical experimentation, which was going on in the high density area, just incredible. You think that COVID was something. Well, there was a whole lead up to that. There was the H1N1.
Yes.
Which was the lead up. And of course, as soon as you're getting free medical, and we're going to give you AIDS testing and all of this kind of stuff, you're going to go, well, how is it that Bill Gates has been able to put up this incredibly elaborate building in the most derelict area? You're going, well, it doesn't come for free, folks. It gets paid for. And it gets paid for with your lives, because we're carting out bodies. Oh gosh, no! But please, I don't want to do this. We're carting out bodies every week.
Okay.
But it's so. You talk about Kirk being killed. These guys are. The life is cheap.
Yes. Yes.
I'm sorry.
Why do you think JWs are not aligned with blood transfusions, and they are aligned with the people who tried other things? JWs were cobayes for the no blood. They paid with their lives. My mom paid with her life, and she was waking up she was awake, but
Oh,
she was
wow.
in coma. So my dad decided for her.
Right, right. Listen, anybody that's listening to this tonight, if you are no longer a Jehovah's Witness, and if it doesn't go against your conscience to receive a blood transfusion, and you're okay with that, you need to go to your medical records and take it off, because we all did
Yes.
this thing about our medical records and put it on there, no blood. Yes, we might have gotten rid of our card, but we need to make sure to call our doctors and stuff and make sure that it gets taken off of our record, because
Yeah,
who knows.
because it stays in the files. Yeah.
Right. That's only if it's okay with your conscience today. If it still goes against your conscience, that's your prerogative, right?
You have to,
I personally
get
think
the
that
information, the real information on that. Like Jesus, his favorite thing was Pequet Nefesh. That means life before laws.
life before the law.
Pequet
Yes,
Nefesh.
that's right.
Life before laws. So the life is more important than any laws.
Yes,
And the blood transfusion is life-saving.
yes. And if it doesn't go against your conscience anymore about receiving blood, you can also donate blood. Think about that as well. I
Yeah,
just wanted
good
to
to
add
know.
that in. I
Yeah.
personally think that
if it goes against your conscience, you can still have your own blood.
Aha. That's very interesting, that, because now you get past the metaphysical problem and you get past
Yes.
the DNA issue. Yeah. Very interesting.
But it's not allowed in JWs to have your own blood.
Yep.
But if it's good with your conscience, do that. It's your own blood, just given back to you.
Yes, if you know you're going to have an operation, you can store up
Yes.
ahead of time. Yes, that's true. That's very true. And
Very interesting.
I personally think that when I personally think that we had to quit smoking. Okay, and then I don't know which came first, but at the time, I believe it was under Nathan Knorr that we would not take blood transfusions. My theory, this is simply my opinion, I can't put it in facts, but I believe that Jehovah's Witnesses have been volunteered as guinea pigs to make bloodless medicine better. So here we are as a Jehovah's Witness. It goes against our conscience. We won't be resurrected in the new system if we take blood. So it's best for us to not take blood and to die faithful. This is the mindset of a devout Jehovah's Witness. Now, if we're in that mindset, the liaison committee is there.
That wasn't introduced by a president of Watchtower. One president, and it stayed. Yeah.
Yes.
But
there's,
I'm sure it's in collaboration of the new no blood medicine. They wanted to have guinea pigs, and what's better than to have GWs?
Right.
Ooh.
So if
Linda,
JWs,
I did send you that guinea pigs reference. Hey, I did send it to you.
I don't.
That guinea pigs reference.
I have heard you say that. Yes.
So I sent it to I think last week's, when we had that echo, there was what I tried to do is I try to make all the timestamps, I realized that I had to find that reference on the guinea pigs.
Okay.
Which is what Natasha's talking about. So it's on your last week's broadcast. You'll see the references there.
You timestamp certain things. Yes.
I missed last week.
Natasha, you are what's it? You're hitting bullseye.
Yes.
So I
Yes.
think when we're at that point where you know, and I'm thinking like a Jehovah's Witness, if we're at that point where we're willing to die to be faithful to Jehovah, and it gets presented to us that there is an option for us to survive, and it's this, it's not blood, it's something else. It could be called synthetic blood, or it could be called
Hit a start,
yeah, just different things, and
Ringgit.
and they tell us it's experimental. Well, let's see, we're going to die, or we can try something experimental. Usually Jehovah's Witness is willing to try the experimental. And so I think that we've been set up to be able to perfect these different options for bloodless medicine. That's what I believe. I haven't found the proof of it.
Okay.
It's my thoughts.
So it's very complex,
so much in
Linda.
your face, you know.
I'll tell you why it's so complex, because you see there's so many things going on. So we were talking about Jared Kushner and the deal with like 9 million personalities structured in a certain way, where there can be a percentage you control that, you know, a certain thing's going to happen a certain way, you see, and it's more valuable than 9 million subscribers on YouTube, for instance, okay? Because you can get them on the volunteer treadmill and get them renovating and all of this for the kingdom. You know, this is great.
That's right. That's right.
So that's great for the. So now all I can tell you is about. I can't speculate. I can only tell you about the records I have. All right. So the records I have. Remember, we were talking about the Congolese earlier. So the Congolese, they were under war, and it was all about the mining resources, which goes back to 1948, and it goes to 1800 when your missionaries and your shareholders.
I am originally from Belgium.
Ah.
So I know something about Congo. We were the first country to let them go, to let Africans go with their country. And I know it didn't go well. Well, I know a little bit about that. Yeah.
So Natasha, do you know about the alternative watchtower that was formed around about prior 1948? There was another watchtower that was using the same literature, but it became militant.
And it wasn't
I didn't know about that.
Oh yeah, because
the original Bible Student Association. It wasn't that.
Yeah, because what you had was people selling up their houses and buying shares, right? So you could get votes in the organization with the shares. You'll have to stop me and say, Matt, you're talking rubbish, eh?
Oh no, I said.
Ah, Natasha, sorry.
They went that far.
Yes, Natasha, they went this far. So what happened was, now when they were educating the indigenous African population, some of them were saying, no, but you're taking our resources, and you're not only just taking our gold and our mineral wealth and our diamonds and emeralds and uranium and lithium and all of this kind of stuff. Since the late 1800s, 1890, 1880, all of that period. But it got out of control because your African guys were treated as subhuman. Your Khoisan were killed as rodents. They said that these people were a pestilence. They were given licenses to shoot them dead as sport. That was what was happening. And so
from this other watchtower, or
okay. So now what happened?
At the other time.
So when your missionaries came and they had their shares and they were buying up shares in the mining operations here in Africa, and it was benefiting the organization, like the oil wells and the miracle wheat and, you know, the graveyards and all of this kind of stuff, which was, and Russell was told, no, look, don't put things into high interest account, put things into oil wells, and when we sell our shares, then you sell the shares. That's how you keep ahead of devaluation and depreciation, right?
Okay.
So now you had missionaries coming into Africa. Let's flood Africa because now we can benefit from mining and all of this, and we can't have Africa continent using that wealth and gold and all of this. We've got to bleed Africa dry of gold and all of this kind of stuff. Otherwise, they're going to turn our economy on its head. Africa's wealth is far surpasses the rest of the world.
Yes.
So your
Oh, yeah.
African guys, your African indigenous population that were smart, because remember they were being targeted. The spiritual people were being targeted and killed. All right, much like what happened in Ireland with your bards and your druids, your druid society. In Africa, you had your parallel. So they were targeting these people.
Like it happened in America with the natives.
Yes.
Yeah.
All over America, South America,
Yes.
North America.
You
Yes.
got it. 100%. So the same thing was happening here, except now the organizations got their shares in mining. All right. So that's your Rhodes and all of those guys, those characters. So your African guys are getting trained in these publications, right? Which was Paradise Lost and all of this, all the older.
Yeah, that book.
That came
So
out in
now
the 50s.
they treated as subhuman under apartheid, right? So under the apartheid, they couldn't come into the city, and they're saying, yeah, but we're learning all of this stuff from Watchtower and Golden Age and New World Order and all of this kind of stuff. We aren't able to talk freely to our own people in the cities that you're being oppressed with this spiritual abuse and spiritual oppression, and that Africa is being raped and pillaged in this cloak of Western law and order that they're making for their own agenda, okay, to keep their independence. Yeah. So now they had to go to the villages, and they were going to the villages and saying, listen, wake up, use your spirituality, eat the food, eat these roots, eat these things. Your mind will wake up. Iboga will work like ayahuasca, like your DMT in Peru and all of this. We've got Iboga here.
Okay.
And so they're waking up.
It's mostly right, wake up and you're gonna fall asleep under all fucking, sorry for my English, under all
yeah, your Belgian is accurate, because that's exactly what it is. You know, I hear these words in Shona society. The elders use those words because that's exactly what it is. Whenever now people are preaching, like in Nyasaland, which is now Malawi, they say, Watchtower, Watchtower. And they say, no, we're Jehovah's Witnesses. And you're going, oh, they're confusing it with Watchtower New York and Watchtower Pennsylvania. No, they're not.
No.
That's not a confusion. They are remembering the old Watchtower, which George Phillips told the South African government has disassociated itself from New York and Pennsylvania Watchtower. It was a disassociated organization that became militant, that got out of hand because your African society was waking up and saying, we're going to take this publications and teach our own people the real version of what's going on here. And so when that happened, they had uprising, and that's how Malawi became independent of the British in 1960. And that whole thing went up to Congo, and they said the only thing we can do is we give these people independence, but we will tie them up to the World Bank. We'll give them loans. So when power goes to their head and they think that they've won and they've got independence, we will take over through all of these businesses by giving them loans that they will never be able to pay off. So they will never have economic independence. That is exactly what happened. And that's why this problem is still going on. And that's why you cannot get the Watchtower story, which is our own publication. You can't get that thing released because it's got the truth of what happened in the 1800s. But they had hoped that the new system was going to come into effect. And it didn't happen in time.
The thing that I remember when I was a kid, I was praying for the Malawi people. because they weren't allowed to pay the political card. There was one political thing, not two, one. So it was the political thing. Yeah, and they were beaten, they were raped, they were everything.
They wanted
Everything,
to
man.
eliminate those people. That was the idea. So yes, the political card. So in Mexico, they've got one idea, and in Malawi, they've got another idea because it was more convenient to eliminate the awake African mind. That was what was happening.
And the thing is that at the same time in Mexico, they were allowed to buy the cartilla. And
which was
the same thing.
Which was a card.
It's even worse. It was because they were lying about doing the military stuff. It's even worse.
Right, they could bribe someone that's in politics to where they could have a card that said that they did some of that military, like the beginning of military work, because every single man had to. But in Malawi, they couldn't get a 25-cent.
So the real story in Malawi, the reason why you had that discrepancy was because the Malawians were waking up, and it was more convenient, wipe them out and produce a new generation, and then indoctrinate the new generation with new information so that that old information is lost. That was the idea.
Yes. That's the idea. This is
I didn't know that. I'm glad to know, but it pisses me off, really. But it's good to know.
I'm sorry, Natasha. I get sick. I get such neck ache from this. Even to talk about it, that's why I get hectic, because it's so intense. That's exactly what happened. Your people still carry that information through oral tradition. I hear that from Malawian reports to this day. Like we'll do a program like this. The Malawians are listening to these programs, or those in Mozambique. Yeah, no, they're hearing. And then they give me more information. They say, "Oh, Matt, by the way, we heard about this." I'm getting information from Bethel. The guys in Bethel are calling me up and saying, "Oh, yeah, you hit the target. You're right on target."
Wow.
Yeah.
That's
and
funny.
I just send it to the police. I said, "No, don't explain to me. Explain to the police. I've had enough of this. You had your chance. You had your chance to fix this. It's over. Now you're so guilty, and we're having these problems where like, I repeat Hamburg, Germany, but Colorado was another one. Oh my God. This thing got out of hand, and I'm getting all of these reports. And I said, no, it's enough. I said, you guys had the warning I gave you the warning in 2012.
Tell me about Colorado.
Well, you got these bombings of Kingdom Halls and all of this kind of stuff, and some of them they're able to apprehend the guys.
Right.
But
I thought it was Washington State because it was really close to me, but could be Colorado because it's really close to Canada. Yeah.
Yeah, look, these stories are happening all over the place. I'm just giving the ones that I know about because of the connections that I had to these areas. But if you said to me, Washington State, that's happening there, that wouldn't surprise me, because it's the same oppressive system that you've got in place. It's suppressing the information and making underlying mental health conditions worse.
Yes.
Exactly.
Absolutely.
Now, Natasha, we knew about this. I went to the branch coordinator, I don't know, prior to 2012. Even some good doctors in the organization were pointing this out until they were eliminated. They had to eliminate their own think tank. They were fighting amongst themselves. And I went in there.
Yes.
And sorry, Linda James, if I drowned you out, sorry about that.
No, I'm going to take a little break, and I'm still listening.
So Natasha, can I carry on and fill you in a little bit? Because I went to the coordinator.
Sure, I want to know. I want to know everything.
So so Linda James is going on to behavior control. And there was a thing about, they control your sleep pattern, right? So you have less and less sleep because Armageddon's coming. Yeah, so you must work harder. The guys we were getting down to 1 to 3 hours sleep a night, right? This is what was happening. Until the guys were getting onto heavy machinery like the forklifts and things like this, and they were impaling themselves because they were falling asleep at the job. And then that requires, that requires safety officers coming in and saying, oh, how did this happen? Because by law, they must do an investigation of what's going on. And then they were saying, oh my goodness, if we expose this, it shows us that even though we've got volunteer workers, it's anti-human. It's going against human rights.
It's slaves.
Yeah. So I had an emergency pager because I was a first aid. They had me on first aid, all right. So the one report, one of the guys has an accident because he's got no sleep. Yeah. But it's a disaster. This thing is a disaster. This thing is it's a nightmare. And the Bethel is in such emergency mode. Nobody saw this person had an accident. He'd impaled himself. All right. So he tears off his ligaments to survive because he's in survival mode, and he drags himself. Yeah, he drags himself down the shipping, bleeding, losing blood, bleeding out. He gets to the office and he gets to the emergency paging system, and I'm paged. And I get there in 4 minutes.
You were at Bethel?
Yeah. 4 minutes, I get there. And I look at this situation and I go, oh, this is, I can see exactly what's happened. Okay. The fire department.
Was it the New York Bethel or?
No, different one.
In Africa.
It's a backup one, which in case New York is shut down, it'll take over.
Yeah.
So anyway, this thing, it arrives at chairman's office, which is in New York. Chairman's office knew about it. Okay, because it's an emergency, they must be informed about it.
Yes.
But this guy was bleeding so much. Now, by law and by Bethel's own direction, I had to take photographs of what happened because I must make an accident report. Okay?
Oh, no.
Yeah, you have to do it. That's the law.
Yeah.
Because now you have to have safety officers investigate what led up to this. You must have had warnings prior to the accident, which are called near misses. Yes. So we discovered, no, there was all of these near misses, but what they did was they were pushing the volunteers so much. They said, how much work can we get out of these guys? To the extent that they were saying, no, you don't need sleep. You'll sleep at Armageddon, or you will sleep when the new world comes. You don't need sleep. Sleep is a waste of time. And they were proud about it. Until now it became an act.
There's people dying. Until there's people dying, and you're responsible for it.
Yeah, well, in this particular case, I can't tell you that this person died. They survived and they got good treatment and all of this kind of stuff, right? And they thankfully recovered. But what it uncovered was it uncovered the abuse of volunteer workers. That's what it uncovered. So now,
it uncovered that it was slavery more than it's not volunteers, they're slaves.
Yeah, so they tell them that you're society property. That's what it is. Tell you society property. And so you're always in this emergency situation, and then they're writing back to the governing body and saying, listen, we are able to produce a lot more and a lot less. You can subtract the volunteers that you're paying out, and it can be cheaper because we're getting peak statistics and our production is up, and isn't it wonderful? And it's a blessing from Jehovah. Wah, wah, wah. Isn't it wonderful? Yeah. And meanwhile, people are getting hurt. This is what's occurring. And it's a violation. It's a human rights violation. If you had proper investigation come, and it did happen, there was few investigations, but they managed to shut it down. You know? Yeah. Look, South African government. Yeah, they look. South African government is kind of wise to it. They're going, oh, if it's Watchtower, we don't want to get involved in this. We are so sick and tired of this. Okay, you've got your lawyers team. Just people
Oh,
are
yeah.
knowing this is a terrible organization. It's the best we can do, but we don't want to get involved. Even our police. I go into the police department, and the police are asleep at their desk because they say, we're not being paid enough. This thing is part of a cartel. Can we tell you that this thing works throughout Africa? The system is so illegal that all we can do is, if there is an immediate violation, we're going to arrest just the one person, throw him in prison, okay, and then it's dealt with. But the rest of the cartel, we can't deal with it. So our policy is we're only going.
Oh. And how nice
Fascinating.
it is that it's never the governing body.
Yeah, because they protect it, then they just say it's a renegade or the renegade organization. If they say it's South Africa, they say South Africa is renegade. Or if it's a congregation, they say that that congregation's a satellite congregation. Oh no, we've got all the
It's
methods.
never them. Never them.
All the methods are there. We've heard these tricks, Natasha. We're so sick to death of it. But I think what is happening is we're feeding it into AI. It's like, yes, AI is the enemy and it's the salvation. It's both, huh? One side, another side.
Oh, yeah, it can be both. Yeah, can be both.
So we're feeding it in and we're saying, look, this thing is so complex. But I listen to this community. I listen to Linda James. I listen to you. I listen to JP. I listen to all of these ones. And I go, I am filled with hope because you are knowing the tricks. If you are knowing the tricks, I can see that British Parliament is learning the tricks and it's changing the law, and Australia's changing the law, and Japan's changing the law. I can see that they've harmed so many people that you've got people. Oh, I'll give you an example. They disfellowship one of my girlfriends about this. I'll give you a story. They disfellowship her. She phones me before she's getting disfellowship and she says, Matt, can I tell you what's happened? These elders are the criminals, but I'm going to get disfellowship. She says, can I tell you what's going on? I said, yeah, sure. She says, this is what's going on, this and this and this. I said, do you want me to intervene? I'll intervene like this now. Right now, we're going to shut these guys down. She says, don't touch it. I forbid you. Don't you touch it. She says, I'm getting disfellowship, but I'll be back. Okay? Just don't. She says, you must make a promise because I know you're going to fight it to the end. She says, you must promise me for me, not for anything else. You do it for me. Yeah, so I say, I promise I don't. And then she came back. But meanwhile, she worked for a legal system and she was able to start fighting her own battles. She was going, yeah, look, once that thing's happened, it's changed for life. My mind is never the same. We exposed this whole thing. The people that were doing it or charging me and saying, oh, I've got some alcohol problem. They're the biggest drunks you've ever found on the planet. But she's going, the whole thing is exposed, and that's the problem. As soon as there's a liability, that's the issue. It's not the fact that I've done this or I've done that, or the what was exposed was the liability.
Exactly.
Exactly. Yeah.
And then I was never the same after that.
Yes, it changes. It changes us.
You know what? I woke up. I started waking up when I was pretty young. In 1975, I was 7 years old. But when I was 5, I started to have plans for killing myself.
Oh my goodness.
When I was 5, I had real plans.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, well, I was abused, since birth. So I didn't know what else to do than off myself. So I woke up pretty early. But I was still scared of Armageddon, just in case they have it that right,
Oh,
just
yes.
that.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
That's
So
How
when
do
I
you
fair.
left,
survive,
I said, I'm gonna live
Natasha?
1 year or two, and I'm gonna be dead by Jehovah. And I said, I'm gonna climb on the highest mountain to get his first shot. I never wanted to see the worldly people being destroyed.
Okay, I see.
I prayed Jehovah. I was in the little school, maternal, the preschool or whatever.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I was praying, so he would take my life instead of all those kids that were with me.
Wow.
Keep them safe and kill me, please. Because I knew I was not clean because I was abused.
Isn't that horrible that the victim has to carry the guilt
Yeah.
that the perpetrator enacts on them?
When I was
Nata-
8, I told my mom, and she said, "Shut up, shut up." She said, "It's gonna be your word against his." I said, "But he's abusing others," and she said, "It's gonna be your word against his. So you shut up." And they sent me 1 month at a time with them on holidays after that, and all the time they got paid.
Wait a minute. They sent you on holiday and they got paid.
Yeah,
Help me out.
they got something new that they couldn't afford yeah.
Natasha, have you got your story out? Have you recorded your story, Natasha?
I told to someone.
Yeah, but I mean really recorded it.
No.
She's
No.
talked about it quite a few times here.
Okay.
Different nights, different times. She'll kind of just, if it comes natural, she might bring it up.
Comes out. Okay.
I want to write a book on everything, but it's not an
Sure.
easy task, and I need someone that's bilingual that can talk
Yes.
in English as well as French, and it's
So,
not easy to find.
so may I make a suggestion, because I've got a situation with somebody who is German, who was talking with incredible experience. And we are now in an age, all you have to do is get onto YouTube and start talking your heart out. Talk. Don't even worry if it's not in order. Just talk until you can't talk anymore. And now the YouTube puts it into different language. Huh? Yeah, and if it's got mistakes in the language, don't worry about it. It's going to be cleaned up in time, because the AI is learning from court cases. Okay? So all you do is you just record your voice. Wow. You talk about your story. Don't worry about it being in order. And if you need to take even from this, from like Linda James here, and something's coming to your mind because somehow it's locked up, it doesn't matter. Just record it.
I have
That's your
pieces
book.
at a time. I have some pieces at a time and some other pieces at another time, and it doesn't
Because you
always
can't.
connect.
It's very
You can
difficult.
pick up your smartphone, turn on the auto recorder, and just put it on the auto recorder, especially if our hair isn't fixed. And like we were talking earlier, remember? If we don't feel like we want to be in front of a camera, if we don't feel presentable, we can record it. And that can, if you're okay with it, you can upload it with like a different picture.
We need your story, Natasha.
Okay.
We do. Future generation needs your story. And it's getting better. Each piece that we're hearing, you were told to shut up, and 5 years you were wanting to sacrifice yourself to save the other people. This is a very important human story. So important. Yeah, so you've been able to talk some of it through Linda James here, but keep going if you can.
I know that I'm not alone. You know, some other people went through that with the same abuser, but they don't want to talk.
So
They
if
didn't
it's the
want
same,
to go to the
okay.
Belgian. They were supposed to have a Belgian inquiry like they had in Australia. I was the
Right.
first one, and I said, "Tell my name, please. Put my name on it. I don't want to be anonymous."
I learned something on, you see, I was in a congregation, we were not the normal congregation. There was a beautiful sister, young sister, comes to the Kingdom Hall, and she went to the parking lot and she took all her clothes off.
Huh?
And she sat, yeah, she sat in the parking, this is when I'm very young. She sat in the
Yeah.
parking lot and she started taking dust and putting it on her hair and her face and her body. She took dust, putting it all over her like this in the parking lot. You know why, huh? Do you know why?
Yeah.
So our elders were good elders. But we were not the normal congregation. This was not a normal
Yeah.
congregation. They come out, they take their jacket, they put it on her to cover her because she's naked.
Well. If you said good elders, it's not a typical congregation at
It wasn't.
the start.
No,
They
they
have good
split it. They
elders.
got rid of those people. Yeah, they targeted it. It's no longer what it is. But anyway, they took their clothes off. They put it on her. They dress her. Until her madness comes off. Huh?
Yeah.
Now I didn't understand what had happened. I now got it more. But she was involved in what is, I don't know if I can say SRA here, Linda James, on your channel.
When we talk about it, we usually call it CSA, which sounds for child, and then abuse.
Okay.
You know, CSA.
I'm sorry, I said the word. I'm sorry.
No. I'm trying to do it in a way that it doesn't get everyone into trouble, because this was satanic RA.
Oh,
she was
okay.
victim of CSA.
Oh, okay. That was that kind of abuse. Okay.
So yes.
Okay.
So she was involved. Now it took me years until I heard it from the politicians. The politicians explained it to me. They said, "Oh, Matt, we know this. This one was like an eyes wide shut thing." Huh?
Okay.
This is how it works. And but she was so damaged mentally. But we, as a congregation, we understood the situation. We understood what had happened. Oh, and there was nobody shielded in this congregation. If you are involved in it, we are going to the police straight. My one Bible study was the police chief, and he would stop at nothing. You could go to the end of the earth, he would hunt you down. If you go to Australia, we'll find you. If you go to Luxembourg, we'll find you. If you find yourself in Lithuania, we'll find you. Yeah,
right.
he would never stop.
That's definitely not the ordinary kingdom hall. Ordinary congregation.
I know if I call him now and I say to him, "Look, this is the discoveries and things like this," he'll go, "Ooh." He married an intelligence officer. Officer. Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Wow.
So
is she a Jehovah's Witness?
No.
Okay.
She's not. But we have conversations now, and I say to him, "Tell me, are you still fighting for justice?" He says, "I'm too old, because what's happened is your cartels have moved into the main cities." He says it's not the same police system we used to have. It's over. He says it's now it's basically criminally run, and the way we were doing things, we're all retired, we're old, we're out. It's finished.
Right.
But I would be able to still talk to him and have transparent conversations and say, are there still an element that still there's this war that goes on. You've got your two elements. Your governments are not
I
are
hope
not
it, I
united.
hope it, I just hope it could be invested in cold cases, you know. That's the kind
Yeah,
of people we need in cold cases or
look,
old cases.
you know, you reap what you sow, Natasha. So, like that congregation, though it doesn't exist the same way as it was,
I
because
understand. And it's not for everybody to do that.
yeah, but
I
the people
understand.
remember how things used to be spiritually. They go, oh, we remember this. That was what brought us into this organization, but it's not like that anymore. But they remember the justice that was done to them. Now, when you have this story or they see us on the internet, they go, we don't believe the lies anymore. No, we don't believe it. What you said, because we lived with you through the bad times, because you were there and you were doing the best you could as an elder, blah, blah, blah. We don't believe this. Now it's creating its own division because people are saying, no, we remember you were training us to keep to the truth when there
Yes.
was that ritual that was going on and you didn't tolerate it and you were prepared to sacrifice for yourself for that. Now we remember. Yeah, and now they're coming out and they're saying, no, we don't accept this. We don't accept this. What is this? What's the situation? We'll keep in contact with you. We fight for this thing. Yeah, Natasha,
See,
you reap what you sow. It's yeah,
sounds
that's
like
my
what you're
belief.
saying. Sounds like what you're saying, Matthew, is that there's a backlash that happens, and that the organization is going to be feeling the backlash or is already starting to. They will reap what they sow, because they can't keep this kind of these kinds of atrocities at first, because people, all kinds of people all over the world, is exposing them to the light.
Yes.
And like you're talking about people that they see something here, they see something there, and they see the dots. They're connecting the dots to see how things are really going on, as opposed to how we were told things are running.
Right in Bethel, you've got persons there that the system is so oppressive. One wrong move, they're eliminated. Huh? The pressure is so much. But
Yes.
if there's a situation like I'm telling you about our ritual abuse, I'm going to say victim because she didn't survive.
Okay.
Oh no.
But,
Oh.
Sorry to hear that.
Natasha, we stayed with her to the end. We stayed with her we stayed with her. So even though it was terrible, she's dying and it was terrible, we keep with her, so there was dignity all the way. And we said, for where there was no dignity, it's in God's hands, right? It's in the higher power's hands, because we did the best we could. There's only so much you can do, huh? But it exposed, because the politicians were coming forward. They were saying, let's explain why this is happening. She was bred for this. She was bred. Do you get it? Because in order to rule these countries, we are working with a spiritual power here. Whether the spiritual power is us or whether it's alien or demons or whatever your belief is, we're working with a higher power. And in order to have this higher power, this is what these people are bred for.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah.
I'm agnostic, so yeah.
Yeah, if you don't believe it, somebody else believes it. They've got it in place.
Yeah.
And they're doing it.
The people I talked to, like when I was at that church with the Africans from Nigeria and stuff, like they would talk about, not only is there what's the word? The other thing is like they would talk about how much, if somebody wanted to come after you, they would send the message like, we're going to come after you. It was very, very just very threatening, but it was done in a spiritual way of, with these different belief systems and stuff. corrupt. That's the words they use, corrupt. And so, yes, there's these different, whether you're an agnostic or not, that's how many there are those over there in Africa. And it's an ordinary thing that goes on there. We're finding out that it is going on here in the United States as well, but it's been kept very hidden. Very, very hidden.
It's on my doorstep here. I mean, the one, because I've worked with so many judicial cases and things. Oh, here's the thing. Even in my state, and obvious like this, I'm still given assignments to some persons phone me up and they say, please rewrite my talk. And I go, yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah, honestly done. It's up to you. And I will offer that service and just do it. You know, now they tell me, they say to me, look, this one's died. This is who we're carrying out. There's at least 2 deaths a week that we are aware of that's coming out. It's ritual and all of this kind. And it's on the doorstep.
Yes.
And it's powerful stuff, because we're talking about practices that go back to antiquity. This is historical and all of this. So if you want to just say it's in our human nature, or it's tribal, or it's however you want to describe it, it's psychological, right, or whatever. This has been going on for thousands of years. This kind of thing, since people were being sacrificed to volcano gods.
I am watching some good series on the empires that rose and fell, like the Inca, the Mayas, in Africa too, and stuff like that, in Europe, all over the place. An empire rise and they fall down because they want more power over more people. And that's when they fall. And I know about human sacrifices they did and stuff like that. I get it. But that cult, man.
Yeah.
That cult should be stopped.
Yes. And
we are not in the time of the Mayas.
True. Cults will usually.
The Incas didn't do human sacrifice, but the Mayas did. And we're not in those days anymore. We have to eradicate that.
True. We do. But then there's people that will still keep that culture going through word of mouth. And
I understand that.
It does happen.
I do understand.
And what I was going to mention is during times of, like the way things are in the United States right now, it's kind of unsteady. This is a time that different cults will rise up and start because we are not feeling very secure. We're kind of afraid of the other side, or the other side's afraid of this side. And so when a cult group shows up and they look wonderful, that seems like a nice group of people to hang out with, they're easily recruited, And
love bombing.
Or when we go through our own times of change, like the death of a loved one, or let's say a breakup with someone you've been with, that you didn't want the breakup, but they did. Okay. And we're just left in the sand, right? Or we might move to another city and we don't have a social network yet. There's these different times, or even a divorce, or even a marriage, or, those are kind of.
That's the recruiting plan of the G-Dubs.
Those are recruiting times, easily. We're more.
Remember, they were telling to us, one day they're gonna lose someone. One day they're gonna be depressed, and that day they're gonna listen to you.
Yeah.
But I mean, you've
Where-
got different
whereas-
tiers there, Natasha. It's compartmentalized. Not everybody's knowing what goes on. I mean, a lot of persons are in ignorance, and that's what it is. It's climbing on the back of good people, genuine people who are in ignorance.
I know.
And many of them are showing up on the internet. Okay. Yes, there's groups that we get involved with in person, but today there's many of them showing up on the internet. So that's kind of the cults of today.
So Natasha, here's a positive thought. You've laid down a brick or two or three, and next time put some more. Eventually you're going to have a house. It might be overwhelming and you're going, oh, it's too much. So look at the past times that you've come with Linda James here and say, look, I've already got several walls up, you know. So keep going. You'll have your house.
You know, she's always saying that it's the highlight of our week. It's the light,
Yes.
the light of my week too.
That is so awesome. That is so awesome.
Don't underestimate how far this is traveling. What is it? It's like you put the stone in the pool of water, the ripple goes to the other side.
Yes. And I'm always amazed when I hear somebody tell me, I listen to your show. I'm like, you do? I forget, like, of course people, of course, you know, somebody's that I wouldn't know. And I'm just, you know, I'm glad to hear it. And you know, I've gotten people that have thanked me and like they just kind of turn it on and they're doing whatever. And my friend, oh, he hasn't shown up lately, but I'm pretty sure he's still listening. He would just put it on and lay down and go to sleep and just go to sleep.
Oh yeah, I know.
To the sound
that we could hear him
to the
snoring.
sound, yes, to the sound of my voice. So that, you know, I even was, that's even a compliment, you know, and what it is confirmation to me that what I'm committed to cause is actually happening because I'm committed to cause love and I'm committed to cause liberty. I'm committed to cause authenticity and education. So it sounds like it's happening.
You do all that and you have the patience of an angel.
Thank you. But
you know,
remember,
Natasha. Sorry, Linda.
Being agnostic doesn't mean that I don't think there's a superior authority somewhere.
I understand.
Agnostic is being someone that doesn't know.
And,
I have no proof of nothing.
Right. Today I consider myself, right. I consider myself agnostic today. I never thought I would be here. It could change next week, you know, but that's where I'm at today. Yeah.
I'm like that since I was 16 or something. Yeah.
Okay. See, when I was 16,
I knew the world when I was 16.
When I was 16, I was put on public reproof for behavior unbecoming of a Christian.
Oh yeah.
And I think the worst, that's back in the day, okay, we're talking 1980. I think the worst part of that whole thing was the elders told me that God does not hear my prayers. How dare them? How dare them tell me that crap? That is a great example of spiritual abuse. You know, so it was set up in such a way that God, I'm so terrible that God can't even look upon me. Of course, I believed it back then, but today with my, you know, experience and wisdom, it's like, how dare you? But these things, like what you heard,
now you know it's a load of crap. But
that's right. Today it's a load of crap, you know. But there's times that we're vulnerable enough to, we were indoctrinated to believe it, so we did, you know. And this is the thing.
Really?
If you're not comfortable within this organization, there's that thing called PIMO. And let me just tell y'all, I love PIMOs, okay? they I even have a coffee cup that says I love PIMOs. This is the thing, it's called
I don't understand. I couldn't stay one single minute. It's so courageous to stay. It is
Linda,
so courageous to stay there.
some of us stay longer because we become dependent on so many people that are Jehovah's Witnesses. Some of us work for them. Some of them we live under their home. Maybe it's not even our parents, but once they get wind that we no longer believe in the governing body, they're going to throw us out. Yes, it's illegal, but when they throw us out, usually we don't even know it's illegal. That's how naive we are. Okay, so there's a bunch of different things. Matter of fact, when you get on Reddit, XJW Reddit, you will hear many people talking about looking forward to leaving. And those of you that, you can't leave now, do some things that help to prepare yourself later on when you do have the opportunity to leave. Like if you're underage right now, I'm not recommending you run away underage. I'm saying, when you turn 18 or do what you have to do, get a copy of your birth certificate. If the cell phone that you use, that you're using is under a family plan or your parents are paying for it, get yourself a phone that you have in your own name. If you have a car, get it in your own name, okay? Because they can take that from you if it is not in your own name.
And most of them will.
Very common. So there's some things that you can do ahead of time. And, you might have some things that you can sell. And I mean things that belong to you, not necessarily that your parents bought for you. And, it's stuff that really, like, you might have bought for yourself. You might decide to sell a couple of things here, a couple of things there, and save up some money, for when you do choose to leave. So even though it's a really tough time, you can still be preparing yourself for that time in the future when you do leave. And when you know that you're preparing yourself, another thing is your Social Security card and number. When you know you're preparing yourself, it gives you a better mindset to stay in and have to do what your parents are telling you to do. Here in the United States, legally, we're supposed to we're supposed to be involved in the religion that our parents are raising us in. That's legal. And it might be illegal, and if it is, somebody tell me. Last I read, that's the law. As much as I couldn't stand it, and as much as you probably can't stand it, it's kind of the law. So doesn't mean you have to believe if you don't.
It's
but getting yourself ready.
Canada.
It's not that way in Canada?
No, not at all.
That's beautiful.
Not at all.
So hang in there, those that are PIMOs. Hang in there. And not only the young ones. I mean, there's older PIMOs as well. You can't just leave when you have a wife or you have a husband and you got kids. You really, really need to plan it out. So
good advice.
Linda, do you remember what's his name? Oh my goodness. I don't remember his name. He was an elder. And he woke up and he stayed a couple of years. At least a couple of years. To wake up his mom.
Oh, okay.
You know what I'm talking about? He had the teddy bear when he was talking on his channel.
Yes.
You do?
Yes, I do remember who you're talking about. And I can't think of his name, but it was around 2017.
Yeah.
And they were planning on going to headquarters over there, and they did a little protest. He ended up going to that protest. Yes, he was at that protest. Yes.
Yeah. And he woke up his mom.
I didn't know that, but I know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah,
It used to be this
He
little
did.
plastic chair with a teddy bear, and he'd have the camera
Yeah.
on it and be talking away. You
Yeah.
can do that too. If you don't feel like
But-
you're presentable, we just put up a teddy bear. No,
Okay.
But
do
he
not
had the
do not put
patient,
up.
and he had the patient in his mom woke up.
That's beautiful. That is
Okay.
so beautiful. Yeah.
So, Linda James, I liked your advice about making a plan ahead, and with the financial aspect. I think there's I talk to Bethelites. They contact me, and I say to them, look, you've got to have a 5-year plan if you can. Got to have a
Wow.
5-year plan, because if you, yeah, well, I don't know I don't know what other plan. But they'll talk to me and they'll say, look, yeah, Matt, this is what we're discovering, and guys are on medication and sitting on their chairs and service desks swinging around during the day because they're disillusioned, and they just caught in the system. In fact, this is the other thing that I've noticed. You've got persons of conscience, and when they see a way to try and maybe release a little bit of information or something like this, and they can see that, yeah, this is definitely an unjust situation, without a doubt. We can use our power of that's left,
Mm-hmm.
to make some kind of difference. I almost feel like there's a way that they are trying to say, please set us free. Try and get us out of this trap. We're trapped by legal, we're trapped by this, we're trapped by the system we've created,
Yes.
It's very complex, this thing. But I say to
people in society at large cannot understand what you just got done saying. They are like, just leave, just leave.
Yeah,
No.
you can't, because they've invested so much. Now what do? You're homeless and you're stupid, essentially, I mean,
Yeah.
anyway, so I say to the Bethelite, I say, try and make it a 5-year plan, because you're realizing this thing is circling the drain. Okay. So do not spend any of the reimbursement. Don't spend it. Just be so frugal on this thing. And instead of the car, a low budget flat. Put a Pioneer in there and tell them that the price for not for free, but come under the normal rate. Put your Pioneer, they'll still be grateful to you. Okay. And in 5 years, you will be able to double that investment. And that's what you do, because that is the way Bethel is flipping property. So if you're wanting to, so you apply what you learned there to a small system, and then you can come out, because at least you've got something with some sort of self-sufficiency that every 5 years is double. So 2 flats, 5 years, 4, 8, 16, 32. Okay, it's theoretical, but that is how many have been doing these block of flats and things like that. I'm saying, tell me, this guy who's a circuit overseer, what has he been doing? Blocks of flats, right? This one, blocks of flats. When you get it in your head, you got to do the same thing.
Yes.
So look,
very good.
I'm trying to support your thought there.
Yeah.
Sorry, that's my cat.
Oh.
What is this?
The cat. Okay.
It's my cat.
I thought it's a fur coat, Natasha. It looks like a fur coat.
By the way,
Well,
Matthew. Oh, okay. Oh, you're on camera. By the way, Matthew, you can leave links in my comment section.
When you say links?
Yes. If you wanted to share any info with a link.
Okay, thanks. I don't know what we've spoke. We've been on for 4 hours. What? How long? Almost 5 hours going on.
Do you
Yeah.
have
So-
a channel?
So Linda James, I know this one might be a bit overwhelming because we were going through Hassan's work. But if
Right,
there's
we're
any
gonna-
questions or anything like that, I'm not putting work onto you, Linda. You can deflect to me, and I will draw it back to your channel here. I'm not interested in if it's got to be on my channel or your channel, whatever. It's about try and help people. So if it's to
Do
direct,
you have a channel? What is it called? I never saw your
but this is
channel.
yeah, it's my own name, but mine is more. Linda's more serious than mine. I think there's been
I'll
more.
I'll send you the links, Natasha.
Okay, thank
Um,
you, Linda.
I've enjoyed his channel. Yeah.
You know, Natasha, look, I'm going to be very straight on what my channel. I lost my voice. I couldn't speak. Talking for what is it? 4 hours. This is impossible. Couldn't talk. I could talk maybe 5 minutes, 10. I lost my sight. I couldn't see. I went blind.
Wow.
Okay. So this was how bad things got, just to make the story short. But I was going, I'm dying. I was okay to die. You know how you said I'm okay to die 5 years of age, right?
Yeah.
I was okay. I've done everything I can. It's enough. And I really thought I'm gone. So the thing is, sometimes your will to survive, there's more that's working. You find yourself alive when you think you're dead, you're alive. And it kept happening. So I went, you know what, since I've got this, let me use this AI as a voice. This is what's happening, that this is the supposed enemy, is AI as the enemy. I'm going to put my truth into music. I'm not there to try and show music. That was not the goal. My goal was to put a message before I die into the music so that somewhere something was left. And one piece of music, another piece of music, and it just added. That's all. And I was going, there's some joy that's coming into my life.
Yes.
It's small. So somebody, AI, we all hate AI. Who cares? It was providing some voice.
Exactly.
You know, whether it makes sense or I'm a lunatic, whatever. That's all my channel was. And then I went, now, if today I can talk, I'm going to explain why I did this, or I explain why I did that. So it's not like Rick Farron, it's not like Linda, it's not like these others. My channel is just, that's all it is.
Well, it's very unique.
Different.
Rick Farron's been doing this for 20 years.
People are different, and we need different things.
Absolutely. You know,
So-
did you see, Linda? Did you see that we have a new viewer? She's Teresa.
yes, I talked with her
Teresa
earlier. She's from Nigeria.
She's 20 years old, and she's 20 years old, and she left 4 months
Yep.
ago.
4 months ago, that's right.
Oh, I'm so happy she was here.
And she does braiding of the hair.
Oh,
And she does a
wow.
really, really good job of it. Yeah.
Wow.
And she says she has her own place right now, but her family is shunning her.
Good.
So that's
Yeah.
that's hard for her, you know.
It is.
She told
It is.
Yeah, she has fire within her. You know, she has a
Yeah.
bit of she's very unique. I like her. Yeah.
I was
Linda,
glad
so you're not
almost-
on your own.
Oh.
If somebody is asking questions, like one of your viewers is going, what the hell was Matt talking about? What was Natasha talking about? Whatever. let them put a question on your channel, Linda, and if you're okay, I'll try and make it a simple comment or something, and then
Sure.
chip in, because you'll be able
Sure.
to see any comments that are coming through on your channel. I mean, YouTube will
Right.
alert you, isn't it? Yeah.
Yes.
And then you can either erase it or whatever.
Yes. And I have my notifications like on silent, so I'm not hearing all these different notifications all day long, because that would drive me nuts. But when I do open up YouTube, I will get the notifications. That's how I have to do it. Otherwise, my nerves will be shot. So yes, leave whatever comments you want to leave. And if you think of something and you want to share a link for it, I'm fine with that too, as a comment to somebody else or myself. So some channels have it to where they do not allow you to put a link. So this is being played on Fixing My Faith's channel and my channel. I'm not saying put a link on Fixing My Faith's channel, but on my channel, you're welcome to put a link. And if it ever gets like out of hand and people are giving me links that are just not where we're supposed to go, then I have to limit it. But
all right.
Until
Thank you
then,
very much.
Sure.
So the link system, I'm not familiar with it on YouTube. You'd think I would know about this thing, but I take it that your channel is specially set up that links isn't bounced off or anything.
Correct. I can set it up to where I won't accept a link, or I can accept links if somebody wants to talk about a certain subject, and then add the website for it as well. Or somebody might ask me a question and I can say this, that, and the other, and then give them a link that supports what I just got done saying. They can look into it more.
Okay, well, thanks very much for that. That's great. It's a lot of hard work, of course, because, man, where do we start with? And I think a lot of the things that we've discussed today are also our own experiences as well, or our own point of view, which I go, please challenge it and don't take it as absolute truth. It might just be my reality. It's challenge it. What is it? Essential critical thinking, come in with a healthy skepticism. But I believe if we have that approach and that disclaimer, it's more honest, and then it allows people to have the academic approach to get through our nonsense, however it's perceived.
Yeah. Like I told you earlier when I was talking about, it's my theory, it's my gut instincts that, the organization is using Jehovah's Witnesses as guinea pigs for their blood transfusion. That's just that's not anything foundational in truth. But when I talk about some other stuff that's like they have studies and I might have a link to confirm the study, then I can put that there. But I like to kind of distinguish the differences, and it also gives others permission to think outside of the way we were used to thinking. We could only think this far. Now we have time to think longer, and to you kind of ask yourself a question, and then that might lead to another question. For me, I'm looking up words all the time. What's the definition of this word? What's the definition of that word? And we have more time now that we've, let's say if you're not not in the org any longer, you'll find that you have so much more time to choose to how you want to use it, But yeah, I'm getting ready to close this up, but I wanted to ask both of you before I do, if you wanted to share anything before I say goodnight.
I don't know about Natasha. Do you want to launch with anything there, Natasha?
Not right now, no. I don't know what to say.
So may I say a word of gratitude then?
Sure.
So I want to say I'm very, very thankful. I'm thankful, Linda James, for your sensing things out for your intuition and letting me interact like you have been, and also interact today. It's been pretty spontaneous. We tried to keep to some theme there, but it's opened up all sorts of other things. I think there's been some healing from what I can see, that's been interconnected, which is a really great thing. So that's accomplished a tremendous amount. I think you saw that, and that's been great. You've been commenting on that, and I think that's worthwhile. If that's the kind of standard of what goes on your channel, I think that's absolutely fabulous, and it's great to be part of that. And I thank you very much for that freedom that you've allowed, Linda James. Thank you very, very much. Natasha, thank you. It's been great to meet you, and it's been great to hear all the different comments that have been coming in to the extent possible. So I think thank you all around. Thanks for being together.
I'm glad you're here. And Dehydrated Nurse says, I'm sad there's not going to be, or I'm sad there is no SS tomorrow. And I believe she's saying 6 screens. Usually on Sundays for 6 screens of the Watchtower, about every other Sunday, they will get into Christian theology or Christian talk. And that's always, a nice thing. And they also have some testimonies that day too. Did you want to say something, Natasha? Did anything come to mind, or no?
Just that you're always open like that. Since
Good.
I know you, you've always been open like that, and it's always derailed in a way or another. The subject is not
Yeah.
Rigid.
rigid.
I hear stuff that I've
and,
never heard of from people that show up here and share what is on their minds. I'm just like, no, I've never heard of that. Tell me.
It's
I'm
all
glad
the
for
different.
Matthew to be here. Glad for you to be here, Matthew.
Oh, it's been a pleasure to meet
I
you,
learned a
Natasha.
lot with you. Learned a lot.
Thank you very much. Good to be with you. And so we'll hear from you again. So Linda James, we're going to hear from when your next show is on. I take it that it's next week, same time, right?
Yes, I like to come on at Saturday nights at 9 p.m. and it's called Pacific Standard Time for the United States.
Yeah.
And thank
you for me.
Yeah. Thank
okay,
you for
go well, and
everybody.
then we'll hear from you. And if anybody wants to write to me, I've got an email on my channel. You're free to do that. Just
or
put a little notice.
You can share it now if you'd like.
Oh well, it's transparent. It's my name. I mean,
Okay.
I just thought it was simpler. Just they always say, "Oh, use a nom de plume or whatever," but I go, you know what? Let's be transparent. And whatever happens is what happens, and that's it. That's my name there. Just put at Gmail, and that's my channel. And
yes, at gmail.com.
They say by your Christian name you are saved. So there we go. That's my name.
I would ask you a question. Could you help me to set up a YouTube channel?
Why not? Yeah, sure.
I don't know what to do. I don't know how to do it.
I hear he's good with computers.
Listen, yes. Well, but how are you on this channel now? I mean, okay, write to me. Let's see what we can do, Natasha.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay.
Look forward to your message soon. Yeah.
Right on. Thank you for everybody that showed up here tonight. Thank you, Shauna. Thank you, Vern. Vern still has a GoFundMe, and if you have a few bucks that you can throw his way, there is a medical procedure that the insurance does not pay for, and from what I gathered, it's very painful. So, if that's part of
rare in Canada, it's pretty rare in Canada.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
It's pretty rare in Canada.
Okay.
Something that's not paid. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, if you have a few dollars, think about the GoFundMe. If you don't, no worries. But I just wanted to put it out there again because it's easy to forget about things. For me, out of sight, out of mind. And thank you for everybody that showed up tonight in the chat. Thank you, Teresa, for showing up. It was very good talking with you earlier today. And thank you, JP. Thank you, Natasha. And thank you, Matthew, for showing up and joining me here and talking and just letting the conversation flow. I appreciate everyone that showed up tonight and listened to the show. And those that are going to listen to it in the future, I appreciate you as well. This is truly a highlight of my week. Sometimes I have no clue what I'm going to talk about. I'll start the show and something happens and it just flows. And I'm so thankful that you listen to the show and that those give me ideas sometimes. I appreciate that very much. And I'm going to talk with you next Saturday night. And again, enjoy the rest of your weekend. I didn't mention the date, but it is September 20th, 2025. Good night, all.